Well, a very good morning and welcome to day 2 of competition at the Düsseldorf Grand Slam. We've got 4 weight categories to bring to you today, and as ever we're going to take a look at the top 4 seeds in each weight category, and to walk us through this and to give us the inside track on who we should be looking at. Here is former world champion Loretta Cusack-Doyle. A very good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon, and day number 2, and exciting day it's going to be, I feel. That's that sort of age, looking at these athletes that are here in front of us on this full sheet.
Before we jump into today, because we've got a little while, pick out one person, if you want to, from yesterday. Who stands out for you, either male or female?
That's really unfair, because I've actually got 2 on the top.
Okay, go for 2, and I think I'm going to go for the same 2.
Obviously, for Great Britain, we had Nakoda Smith-Davis. Outstanding performance yesterday, took the gold medal in the under 57s, but in the 48 kilo category is that little sweetie, 17 years of age, Villadid. For me, Daria, she was wonderful, great performance, and what a treat it was just to chat to her yesterday, and what a confident young lady she is.
Yeah. The force is with her.
Definitely the force is with her. But it was just when we were chatting, she was just so confident, and she came to win. Yeah. This 17-year-old oozes the confidence, and just wanted to make sure that everybody knew from her success in Paris that it just wasn't a fluke. She came here to win, to prove that she is that number 1, and she's one to be there at that Olympic Games. So good luck to her. It was just full admiration for that young lady.
I can't see anything apart from injury stopping her.
No, I can't. And she is so tall for 48 kilos. It's unbelievable. I was getting a creak in my neck just looking up and talking to her, but definitely it was absolutely a pleasure to chat to her yesterday.
Right, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 63 kilo category. The number 1 seed is the current Olympic champion, Tina Trsteniak of Slovenia. The number 2 seed would have been Martina Traidos of Germany, but she's had to pull out with an injury. The number 3 seed is Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain, and the number 4 seed is Daria Davidova of Russia. Loretta, who should we be looking at?
Tina Trsteniak, obviously Olympic champion, bronze medalist in Paris. She's obviously the number 1 seed, and she's a consistent fighter. She's a great athlete and has got to be a contender for the top spot. But ones to watch is Lucy Renshaw of Great Britain. She picked a silver medal up in Abu Dhabi. She'd been out for a wee while from injury, but has come back so strong. So someone who will give a good performance. And Megumi Sugani of Japan, a Tokyo Grand Slam bronze medalist. Again, someone that could upset a few people here today.
A tricky little first fight for Tsugane. She faces Ekaterina Valkova of Russia, who at one time, was their number 1 pick. Been off the boil for a little while now. Other names to look out for in there are Mayel del Toro Cavaval of Cuba, Caitlin Quadros of Brazil, Prisca Awiti Alcaraz, who's now competing for Mexico, just out of interest to have a look there, and Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard of Canada. So there's a few in there. The home crowd will be looking at Vivian Herrmann. Right, let's take a look at the under 70 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Yuri Alver of Colombia. The number 2 seed is Anna Bernholm of Sweden. The number 3 seed is Sanna van Dijk of the Netherlands. And the number 4 seed is Barbara Matic of Croatia.
Well, Alvera, she's 3 times world medalist, double Olympic medalist. Again, she has wonderful performances when she comes out at this level of tournament. There's a couple of challenges there. I think the Croatian, Barbara Matic, someone like her could upset the whole pathway for Alvera, and this world master silver medalist last year has got to be a real contender for a podium spot. But also that you have Anna Bernholm, that you've said world bronze medalist, and is always a contender for the podium. And for me, another one to watch is Yoko Ono of Japan, Tokyo Grand Slam winner. So again, another very strong athlete to keep an eye on.
Okay, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 73 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan. The number 2 seed is Ganbatar Odbaya of Mongolia. The number 3 seed is Hidayet Hidarov of Azerbaijan, and the number 4 seed is Tommy Macias of Sweden. Who else should we be looking at there?
Well, looking at this, do you know what, this both the men's weight categories is actually quite scary, to be honest. Orozhov, obviously the number 1 seed. The Azerbaijans are very, very strong, and I think there will be real contenders. But looking down at Pool D, Orozhov, you have again an Azerbaijan. For me, he's the strongest athlete at this moment, and I think he just tops the number 1 seed. But he's got a real battle on his hand with Ono at the bottom for Japan that he's got to contend with before he even gets that close to a medal. This Olympic champion and double world champion is not going to be an easy match at all. And so for me, when you look at, you've got Ganbatar as well as the number 2 seed. It is open. It is open. It is going to be down onto the day's performance, I think, for these athletes.
And in that pool of death, I think we can call it, you've got Marcello Contini of Brazil, Lucas Reiter of Austria, Jansei Smagolov of Kazakhstan, Victor Svotov of United Arab Emirates, Benjamin Axus of France, and even the homeboy Anthony Zing. So there's a few in there to be looking at.
Definitely a scary one to watch.
Okay, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 81 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Alan Kubetsov of Russia. The number 2 seed is Said Molai of Iran. The number 3 seed is Aslan Lapinigov of Russia. And the number 4 seed is Emmanuel Lucenti of Argentina.
Well, for me, I think the strong favourite for this one is Lapinigov of Russia. I've got my thoughts on this one. World Master silver medalist, but he's also in Pool D, which when you actually look at the lineup there, again, it's another scary and challenging moment for these athletes. Well, you obviously have Rissel of Germany, who's going to be a good contender, a European medalist, and a hope for Germany on that podium. But also you have Galero of Brazil, and he's double Olympic bronze medalist, but he's unseeded, so he's been thrown into that. And you've got Nuki of Israel again, a very strong contender, and Tashkent took a gold medal in the Grand Prix. So
and then there's another Japanese down in there as well, Yamamoto Yuji.
Yes.
You know, he may be in the mix. There's a Frenchman in there as well, and they always turn out good players. Jonathan Aladon.
What a battle will go on in Pool D.
And Sami Shushi from Belgium. He fought really well last week, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, he took the gold medal in Oberwart, defeating Nicolas Chillard of France in that final. That's a good boy, Chillard. He isn't here, but I understand that we may see him in Agadir.
So Mahara at the top there, and Paul is another
absolutely
athlete. So it's going to be all.
Antoine Valois-Fortier, the bronze medalist from London 2012.
I was going through them, and I'm just thinking, where do I start? Because there's so many strong athletes competing here today, and this is going to be a real challenge for both men's weight categories. It was one of those. It was just like, close my eyes and point down and see who could actually come through, and I think that's as lucky as you can be, really, with this weight category.
Good luck with that one. Right, speaking of starting, we're going to start on mat number 2. The opening contest in round 1 in the under 73 kilo category features Jake Benstead of Australia. He's up against Alexander Turner of the United States of America. It'll be Benstead in the white judogi, Turner in blue.
Round 1 of 73 kilo category, and the atmosphere is starting to heat up very quickly here. It's the weekend, and all these very knowledgeable German spectators are all here on time, ready to see these first opening rounds. And here we have, all the way from Australia, Benstead and Turner. A long way to travel, these young men, into Europe.
There are a few more bodies in already, as Loretta said.
Well, the stadium here it's actually an amazing stadium, isn't it? It's got a lot of atmosphere, and the centre dome that we have that can actually show all the spectators the lineup of athletes that are participating and the next matches. So it's very informative as well.
Yeah, on the occasions when I've been a spectator, that's one of the things that you've always wanted to know about, who's coming up next, which mat, that kind of thing. You don't have to carry around the pool sheets, really, when you've got that kind of information available. And then, of course, we use it, the big screen in the middle, we use that for replays.
Yes,
so,
and that's been very effective, hasn't it, and informative.
Single Shido picked up by Alexander Turner. We've got a little over 2.5 minutes left to go, waiting for the first score.
Well, as you would expect, both very apprehensive. It's a bit of a warm-up match for them, and neither one of them really want to make a mistake at the early stages of this competition. Alexander Turner, 24 years of age. His favourite technique is that Sianagi, and wasn't as effective as I'm sure he would hope for in that exchange that we've just seen. Turner last year picked up a bronze medal in the Cancun Grand Prix, along with the Pan American Championships, also third position. One of 2 Americans entered in the under 73 kilo category, but the other competitor, Nick Del Popolo, pulled out. Is that the best way of putting it? I think that's the politest way of putting it, yes. It was quite disappointing. He's a good athlete and has given over the years some great performances, and a long way to come to be able to not compete here in such a prestigious event. Missing out on the opportunity of a Grand Slam performance. I just want to look at the draw and find out where would he have been then? Is he scratched from the draw completely, or is his name still down there? The draw was made. He's in Pool C, and he would have had the Iranian, who sadly also pulled out. Oh right, failing of the weight, but they would have been up against football for the second round. It would have been a challenging draw, but nevertheless, that's what we've been talking about. You really don't know how the day's going to go until these athletes get onto the tatami. So we're half a minute left in this contest. Don't really have much information on Benstead. He's 25 years of age. I suppose he's done a bit. Possibly as a junior, but maybe in his senior debut here. I think he's done a bit in the Continental Union in Oceania. So only one Shido divides now. Well, it's 2. Turner picks up the second one, which would be quite disappointed. Puts a lot of pressure on himself as he now tries to work his way the shimiwaza into the niwas there. As you can see, he's coming round. The hips need to get low. From this angle, can't really see if it's under the chin, but as you can see, it is there. But time ran out. He wouldn't have called mate. I was just wondering if that was called. It just happened so suddenly, didn't he? But a great opportunity there for Turner, and sadly lost due to the time running out. We're into golden score now.
In white judogi for Spain, Alfonso Urquiza. In blue judogi for Great Britain, Owen Livesey.
Sutemi Waza drawing instead down into the ground, possibly looking for an opportunity again in the Niwaza. As we said, we didn't really at the beginning. We found a little bit of track record for Benstead, and it's quite an impressive one in the Oceania area. Oceania champion, and the Tokyo Grand Slam picked up a 7th place. So a contender out here in this tournament against the American Turner. Benstead they're picking up the first Shido, 1 minute and 16. It's been taken off, but I think it's going to be turned over to Alexandra Turner. You always have that real sense that something's going to happen. Both athletes are requested to tidy their gis up. And there you have it. The third and final Shido goes to Alexandra Turner. He'll be very disappointed in the opening rounds of this competition to go out on a Hansokumaki, but Jake Benstead goes through to the second round of the under 73 kilo category. And he'll have a tall order to in the next match where he's up against the number 1 seed, Rustam Orajov of Azerbaijan.
Under 73 kilo. In white judogi for Germany, in weißen judogi aus Deutschland, Shamil Zabatirov. And in blue judogi for Tajikistan, Behruzi Khojazoda.
Right, coming up next then on mat number 2, the second contest in the under 73 kilo category. Shamil Javbatirov of Germany faces Berzu Khojazoda of Tajikistan. Javbatirov in the white judogi, Khojazoda in blue.
Zabatrov doesn't exactly sound like a German name, does it?
Nah.
A bit of a Russian influence there.
Yeah, from my memory of that kind of sound, I would say that was either Kazakh or Uzbek. Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan.
Interesting, huh?
Yeah, Batirov. That reminds me of that kind of. I mean, I'll ask and find out what the background is, but I think that Batirov is probably Uzbek or Kazakh. Area, I suppose.
Both these are battling away, trying to dominate with the grip. German turns his back there. Makes himself a little bit vulnerable there. He had no hands on, and his opponent there was attacking arm around the waist. You see these athletes tend to close and very personal. Love the contact. Very dangerous in the Ranagis, big lifting throws. Powerful athletes, and Tayatoshi as he spins in there, lifted his elbow up a little bit too high there and lost a little bit of power that should have been generated through that attack. Petrov there just tying up his belt. And while he does, he's just picked up a Shido, so it's one apiece. Rogers over there with the Tayatoshi stepping across. Nice attack, stumbling his opponent down onto his knees. Always first to the grip, as you can see, controlling that sleeve very nicely there as he takes the lapel, working his feet to try and break up the balance. Now he goes for a higher collar grip. Seems to have a little bit of the upper hand here in this contest so far. And the German, who's in home soil, really needs to now start coming into play in this contest to have any chance of going through into the second round. And there he has it, second Shido. Now the pressure is really piled on the German. Judo there with the drop Sinagi again, stepping across very low, that leg stretched across for that Tai Toshi. Now steps in for the Osota, switching to a Makikomi, losing up body control, but again there's a lot of work happening there. And here we have the Niwaza, the German in the Sangaku Jimmy as he rotates his opponent over, a lovely position to be in. Can he secure either the hold down or the Sangaku Jimmy? Richard Troutman there, the German coach, giving him some sound advice at that edge. And now there's two Shidos apiece with just seconds remaining, and we'll now heading into golden score. So both athletes on a fine tightrope here. Either one of them picking up the next Shido would forfeit the match. A disqualification from the accumulation of 3 Shidos. No scores on the mat. Postscript there. Once more, another strong attack for Hojo Soda. And the German dominated in the Niwaza, seems to be very comfortable down in the ground, but really struggling in the Tachiwaza. As you can see, once more another strong attack. Oh yes, what a lovely counter. Well, a beautiful finish, but there was a lot of threatening going on in that contest. Vojasova really was dominated all the way through. The Osotogari, a very, very half-hearted attack, overstretched himself, and beautifully executed counter-attack. Oh, what a lovely finish that was. Well, there was no argument about that with the Ippon.
I don't think I'd seen Hojo Soda threaten with Ashiwaza throughout the whole contest. So for me, that just demonstrates what a natural feel he's got for judo to come up with that counter. It just as the Osotogari fails, there he recognises the opportunity and bang, he's in. He takes advantage of, as Loretta says, of that off-balance position. Just overstretched himself, did Shapatirov, and over he went. Okay, so it's Hojo Soda who goes into the next round. By the way, down on mat number 3, Ono Shohei of Japan won his opening contest. We're going to stay here because we've got Sam van der Westender of the Netherlands coming up now. He faces Pierre Duprat of France. It's van der Westender in the white judogi, Duprat in blue.
Well, Van der Westender, he's always been a very strong athlete coming into these tournaments, and starts off very well there. Strong Sutemi Waza attack. Duprat really trying to settle in this contest, hasn't really had a good opportunity as yet. The Dutchman really taking full advantage and controlling the pace of this contest.
Maybe Annette Berm can tell us a little about Shavbatirov. I shall ask her and come back.
Lovely counter-attack there, scoring a Wazari. Anti-Western taking a very comfortable lead. This young man, 26 years of age. In the Hague Grand Prix last year, 5th place, along with Hoihot Grand Prix in China, 7th. It's been very close to medals.
The next contest on the W1. First round for
Placing
1 kilo. In white judogi for Morocco.
2 5th places in the Grand Slams and 4 in the Grand Prix places. Just hasn't managed to get to that podium, and Duprat there. Very, very strong attack. There isn't a score on it. Very much like an Ippon. Well, Duprat of France takes the place into the second round, scoring a wonderful Ippon there, and Van der Westender will be very disappointed in that.
Men under 73 kg, first round, 103. In white from Mexico, Eduardo Morales. And in blue from France, Benjamin Matsui. First round.
And there we have the highlights. It was a poor attempt from the Dutchman that put him in that very awkward situation. Now we have from Moldova Naku, and represent in the white and representing Brazil in the blue, Pombo Silva starts off very aggressively in this first round match for him. Pombo Silva, 7th in the Grand Slam in Abu Dhabi last year, Pan American silver medalist in 2016. 29 years of age. Well, 2 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. Pombo Silva with one Shido on the board at this moment. He's up against Naku, who was 7th place in the World Junior Championships last year. In Athens Junior European Cup also picked up a silver. 19 years of age, this young man. So the attempt there from the Brazilian as he looks for the Sangaku turnover. Left his legs a little bit wide there, didn't really get a full rotation over on that move, and Moldovan now picks up the second Shido and halfway to go in this contest. Not the ideal situation to be in. There's a lot of pressure on the athlete. The more mature Brazilian obviously has the advantage there and taking real control of this contest. Very strong right hand lapel grip that he has there against the Moldovan, who seems to be struggling a little bit to just get past the defences of the Brazilian. As he comes across there over deep, hooks in for the Ochi, but leaves himself a little bit vulnerable there for the counter-attack with that Kosoto. Again, the Brazilian advances forward to take control of the pace of this contest. Throws that right hand across. Now trying to control the head. Definitely piling more. Will pick up his third and final Shido for the hand Sokumaki. So Pombo Silva goes through to the next round, the second round of the under 73s. Well, there really wasn't a look in there for the Moldovan. He really struggled against the defences and the pace of this contest. And but a very young, impressionable young man who will be on our circuit again, I think, very soon, and with a lot more experience under his belt.
First round for men under 70, 3 kilo, the number 2. In white judogi for Kyrgyzstan, Ishen Amanov. In blue judogi for Latvia, Dimitris Svetosegedbos.
And now we have Amanov in the white, and we have Vedros Yenkiskovs of Latvia. Pakistan in the white, Latvia in the blue. And there, as you can see, is hugging there at the upper part of the head to try and get that rotation over for the Osakomi. Very strong there indeed. Kyrgyzstan ranked in the world 176, 19 years of age this young man is. 5th place in the Asian Championships for the juniors.
Number 3, it's women's under 60 kilogram first round. Please welcome in the white judo from the United States, Elisha Gills. And the blue from Mexico, Prisca Aviti.
Well, there you have it. The Kyrgyzstan picking up the first Judo. Tedros Jenkovs of Latvia really dominating this match, taking full control. 5 years senior to his opponent. And the best results back in 2016, we picked up the gold medal in the European Open in Tallinn. World ranked 73. Two very still fresh athletes in the under 73. When you see the lineup, we have 44 athletes competing here in this event today in the under 73s. And the lineup is actually quite scary and very challenging for these athletes. But as we know, a lot of experience to be gained from this level of tournament. The Latvian with the drop Sienagi, but Amanov there looking to work in the Niwaza. There for the shimiwaza, but as you can see, very tightly closed up there. Very little opportunity to be gained for the Latvian.
Next contest on the W1. First round for men under 81 kilo.
Latvian there with the drop Sienagi. Tedros Yenkov piling more and more pressure on Amanov, who's now picked up the second Judo. Throws that arm over the top, the left hand there, as you can see, but leaves himself open for the Sienagi. Once more the left hand comes over the top, but the Sienagi is then hovering around there for the Latvian. Well, Amanov under a bit of pressure now, really needs to stay engaged in this contest, has to put in a few more attacks, has to be a little bit more gutsy out there and really commit a lot more than he already has. He's got very little to lose now. He's 2 Judos. I'm quite sure that he'd rather go out with a score than an Hans Okumaki. 13 seconds remaining. Amanov there taking his time. I think he had that sort of gut sense that there might have been another penalty lingering around there. We all sort of anticipated that might have happened, but we're now into the golden score. Amanov really going into this golden score in an uncomfortable position with the 2 Judos. He knows that one more would disqualify him. Tedros Yenkovs has dominated slightly more in this contest and dictated the pace of this round. Nice strong right hand lapel grip, as you can see, controlling his opponent's left sleeve nicely. But Amanov coming in with the Uchimata attempt. Strong attack. Kosota attempt there as it comes round, opting for both. The Kosota with the hip throw lingering there. Pedrosinko still looking very strong and timing his attacks quite nicely to maintain that pressure against his opponent. The drop Cianagi there, he tries to get the rotation. Sadly the hips weren't in deep enough and too much of a gap between the arm and the shoulder of his opponent. Well, Amanov, it was just on the cards there. It was just a matter of time. He was under pressure right from the beginning and was dictated in this whole contest, and picks up his third and final Shido, and the Hansokumaki is awarded. Pedrosinko goes through for Latvia into the second round of the under 73 kilo category.
First round for men under 73 kilograms, tatami 2. In white for Mongolia, Sanjimeta Bayratushin. In blue for Philippines, Nakano Kensei.
Samiyatav of Mongolia in the white. Nakano of the Philippines in the blue. Mongolian, as you can see, with the left hand under the arm there, around the back, drawing his opponent down into the niwaza as he looks for an opportunity down in the ground. Nakano looking for an opportunity there to capitalise on the ground. Didn't have as much time as he would hope for there, but needs to be a little bit quicker to react. Nakano, 21 years of age, from the Philippines. Fifth place in the Taipei Open last year. As you can see, not even halfway, and the third and final Shido goes to Nakano of the Philippines and the Mongolian. Samayatav goes through to the next round.
Next contest on tatami 2. First round for women under 63 kilo. In white judo for Morocco, 2017 African champion Sofia Bellatar. And in blue for Cuba, the former Pan-American champion, Maylene Del Toro.
Well, the African champion from Morocco, Beltara, in the white. And we have representing Cuba, Del Toro, Kavala. This is the first round of the under 63 women's. 30 athletes participating here in this competition today. Number 1 seed Toshinyak, Olympic champion. Could be the hot favourite, but tying up her opponent quite nicely there for the Osakomi.
Remember the name from this morning, Del Toro Caballal. She was just one of those extra names that we were talking about.
Very convincing win there.
Yeah. Now, it's a long time, to be honest, since we've had the threat that the Cuban women across the board used to be. Of course, we've had, the Olympic champion and double world champion Idalis Ortiz.
Yes.
But it's been a while now, isn't it, since we've had that kind of threat?
There has been a mass domination for the Cuban women over the years, especially in the 90s, where it was quite a scary thought, even in my days in the 80s, early 90s. You had a Cuban and you knew that you were up for a real fight. Technically, they might not have been the most stylish of athletes, but my goodness me, when they were on your arms, you knew that
well
you were
trained,
up against
physically strong.
They were like machines. And we went through a phase in the sort of middle sort of 2005 and onwards. They started to phase out slightly
when the big man left.
That's right, and they become more predictable, and the women started to become much more physical, much more stronger, and a lot more fight in them. So they were starting to get evenly matched. The difference is they had a little bit more technique than the Cubans at that time. So that success started to phase out slightly, but now we're coming back, like you say, with one or two of the Cubans that are getting this exposure on the world level and producing some nice judo out there, but still got that physical hardness in them that makes them quite scary.
On the mat at the moment, Ketlin Quadros of Brazil faces Chloe Ivan of France. Quadros in the white judogi, Ivan in blue. There's no score as yet, and we've just had the first minute. I got caught up when I left the commentary position. I got caught up in 4 or 5 different conversations with 4 or 5 different players, and one of them was the under 57 kilo category representative from Japan yesterday, who missed out on the weight. She was over by 200 grams.
And this was in the weigh-in on the day of competition.
The random weigh-in. Yeah.
So make the weight the night before, but failed it by 200 grams the next day.
So I asked her, what are the repercussions, what are the ramifications for your having missed, failed the random weighing? Where will you compete next? Because there's going to be some kind of sanction, when you lose out. He said to me, I'll fight in Tokyo at the Grand Slam next.
Oh gosh, that's right at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So she'll miss out.
And she did the Google Translate thing. She said, I am out of the world tour. I'm out.
Well, it's a long way to come to fail a weight category. It does sing out unprofessional, doesn't it? When these athletes, all they have to do is prepare. They're funded and they're classed as professional athletes, and what you expect them to do is, 1, they have their gi, 2, they actually make the weight.
It's a hard thing to it's a hard thing also to say, because Loretta's quite right here. In this instance, she's a professional. If we look at it as a professional and you put the word job After that, you have a professional job. You did not do your job. What would happen if you were in, the workplace and you didn't do your job? There would be some sanction, and that sanction is, well, okay, you can come back, but you're out of the tour until November of this year. That's what it is. Will be March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. It's 10 months.
It's a long time to be out, and especially when you're the host of the Olympic Games, some valuable points and positions could be gained from that. It's a sad situation, but like I say, professionalism comes to mind.
So what will happen is she will compete in Japan. She'll have to keep herself fit. She'll have to keep herself at 57 kilos, and then she'll get the pick for Tokyo. She'll then have to come back strongly, medal there, and then she'll be back on the tour. She'll be back on the tour for all of 2019, which is the back end of the qualification period, and she'll have to come and do something pretty special to be able to take it and represent Japan in 2020, which is the year after. So it's not done and dusted. She could still do it.
Capable of winning big. What would be the fairy tale? She goes into the Tokyo Grand
wins
Slam
it.
and wins it. Well, we wish her the best of luck, and obviously it was an awful lesson to learn, but we've had a few things happening. Just Quadros goes through for Brazil.
But we're going to go down to mat number 3. We're going to take a look at the number 3 seed in the under 63 kilo category. It's Lucy Rentschel of Great Britain. She's up against Kiyomi Watanabe of the Philippines. Rentschel in the white judogi, Watanabe in blue. Here's Loretta.
As we said, Lucy Rentschel had been plagued with a few injuries over the few months, has come back very strong indeed as a real contender here in this competition. And going forward from the success Great Britain have already had yesterday with Nakoda Davis picking up the gold medal, that will build a lot of confidence in the camp here for the GB team. In Grand Slam in Paris, Lucy picked up a 5th place and also a 5th, just missed out on a medal in Tunis at the beginning of the year. So it was a great start for the year for this young lady. Back in 2017 in October in the Abu Dhabi Grand Slam, a silver medal, in Zagreb in the Grand Prix, a bronze. And so in this year, in the Düsseldorf Grand Prix last year was 5th place. So she'll be definitely wanting to put her feet on the podium here today. But most important thing is one step at a time, and Watanabe is the athlete to beat to take her into the second round. Watanabe was 3rd place in the Hong Kong Asian Open champion. Also in Abu Dhabi, fought the same time as Lucy, picked up a 7th place. Lucy didn't compete against Watanabe in the Abu Dhabi Grand Slam. She was at the bottom end of the draw, so they did miss each other. And sure, as you can see, a very strong right high collar grip there. Very effective in previous matches. She comes in with the Ochu Chimata combination when she gets that right high collar grip, but Sutemi Waza there scoring a Wazari for Watanabe, which gives her a comfortable lead with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. Now for Lucy, this is a real challenge for her now to start coming back into play of this contest. Not something we would have anticipated of Rentschel the possibility of going out in the first round, so really needs to get back up on her feet. Well, the Judos have accumulated for Watanabe. She has 2. But still Lucy in a lot of trouble, needs to get back up and back into contest. 30 seconds remaining, well 26 now remaining in this contest. Can she do it? Well, she has to be very gutsy to come back in here. It's all or nothing. She doesn't want to go out in the first round, that's for sure. And she throws that arm over, but has she got the capabilities? And now she finds herself once more in the Niwaza with seconds remaining. It's not the best position to be in, and Lucy Renshaw is in a lot of trouble as the clock ticks away with seconds remaining. It's looking very much that Lucy Renshaw, number 3rd seed, will go out in the first round, and she'll be desperately disappointed with that. A great win there for Watanabe for the Philippines, who'll go through, and she'll be up against the winner of the next match that's coming up very shortly. And that'll be against representing France, Dicinto in the white.
Match 3, women under 63 kilograms, first round. Please welcome in white
Bajawi
from
of
France,
Tunisia.
and in blue from Tunisia, Bajawi.
So Bajawi of Tunisia in the blue.
First round, women under 63
Dicinto representing France in the white. The winner of this will meet Watanabe, the Philippines, for a place in the quarterfinal. Well, as these both athletes battle away to try and secure the most dominant grip. As you can see, Dicinto seems to have a little bit of the upper hand in this contest to start with. Tunisian trying to maintain the sleeve grip, looking a little bit apprehensive there, really uncomfortable against what she obviously feels is a tougher opponent. Doesn't look to have that major comment. She throws that right arm over the top of the shoulder, doesn't be able to maintain it for too long. Totally dismissed by the French athlete.
First round, women under 81 kilo, the number 1. In white judo representing Azerbaijan, Fagan Uzadeh. In blue judo representing Poland.
Dicinto, 26 years of age, ranked 64 in the world ranking. Best result within Rome in the European Open this year. Took the gold medal. A great performance there from this young lady. And in the Grand Prix in Zagreb back in 2014 was a bronze medalist. Under her belt she has 3 Grand Prix medals. And this young lady goes through to the next round for France.
Women under 63 kg first up. Please welcome the white from Poland.
She'll be up against Watanabe a little bit later on. And we'll go across to mat number 2. Davidova, Daria of Russia in the white, Vermeer, Sani of the Netherlands in the blue. This is the first round of the under 63 kilo category in Pool B. Oh, just 1 minute remaining in this contest. Vermeer with one Shido on the board. Davidova, as you can see, with that left hand high up onto the collar there, controlling the head quite nicely. Switches it through for the Makakomi, comes right out the back end there. Loses a little bit of control, and there you have it, the Osakomi for Sani, who just fell straight into that. What a mistake for the Russian, and obviously you have the hold broken is there, but an awful mistake to be made by the Russian. Daria Davidova, 5th place in the Masters. Last year in Tashkent, also a 7th place. But back in 2016, won a Grand Prix gold medal in Tashkent. So 24 seconds remaining in this contest, as we saw Davidova making a terrible mistake earlier on, and Sani Vermeer capitalised that, fell into the Osakomi, but sadly wasn't capable of securing it well enough. A great opportunity lost. Hopping in there for the Uchimata. Needs to pull a little bit more on that sleeve to get the rotation, but nevertheless a good attack. Sani Mere. Vermeer really now working again in the Niwaza. Another opportunity. Can she capitalise on it? The grand. Now we're into the golden score. Well, this has been a very tough match indeed, and some wonderful opportunities there for the Dutch athlete to finish this contest off, and sadly didn't capitalise well enough on that. Davidova. Wonderful display of Tachiwaza, with Uchimatas being one of the biggest threats in this contest. Picks up a Shido there. The first for the Russian. She throws that left hand to the Uchimata coming in, the hips also there. Very strong and threatening reaction. Vermeer looking for the Sangaku once more, really not able to follow through on anything on the ground.
The W1 goal score.
Once more throws that arm over. Whoa, and a counter-attack there, and a wonderful finish. Scoring a Wazari, and Vermeer Sani of the Netherlands goes through to the second round. And what a real upset. Well, the threat was always in the Niwaza. She had some wonderful opportunities there, and the Russian just seemed to slightly dominate in the Tachiwaza, but got a little bit overexcitable there and left herself wide open for the counter as Vermeer capitalized once more, but this time in taking full advantage and a place in the second round. And now we have representing Germany in the under 63s, and this is the winner of this will go on to meet Vermeer of the Netherlands, Hussela of Germany in white, and Martin of the USA in the blue. Hussela of Germany, obviously wanting to make a great impression out here in this home crowd. The Junior European Cup in Berlin, was a bronze medalist. Young, impressionable young athlete, 21 years of age. And a debut here in a senior Grand Prix. Grand Slam, I should say, up against a more experienced Hannah Martin. Well, the German, as you can see, trying to rotate Martin over around the waist. You can see wraps the gi around to try and elevate her opponent over the top and succeeds there. Doesn't control the hold down though, loses a little bit of control there. The 29-year-old from the USA, ranked 21 in the world ranking. Latest result for Hannah was in Tashkent, where she picked up a silver medal. The Pan American bronze medalist. Various medals throughout her career. On paper, one of the stronger out of the two athletes, but Hussela has the home crowd advantage. A young German athlete, up and coming, making her debut here in this Grand Slam, and giving a very good account of herself out there. Feisty little character as she puts the pressure on the more experienced Hannah Martin of the USA. Really is struggling a little bit to take control of this contest and is losing a little bit of composure there as she picks up her second Judo. Now this will pile a lot of pressure on Hannah Martin, who's now playing a bit of a chasing game in this contest. She has the left hand on the lapel, comes in for an attack there, but leaves herself very vulnerable. Very little upper body control. The elbow was tucked up too high. Needs to start really focusing on securing the grip and changing the pace that will suit Martin a little bit better than this more erratic style of fighting from Hussela, who now once again goes into the Niwaza and Shimiwaza. I'm not quite sure whether it's under the chin or not, but persevering. The referee's not called mate, and I'm quite sure he had a very good look at the positioning of the Shimiwaza. So a real battle and a real gutsy performance from the German, who's given it her all and really deserves, to be honest, out into the second round. She deserves to be there. She's given it her all. She's dominated the pace of this match, giving Martin a real run for her money there, as she once more drops for the Cianagi. And Martin just looks like she's surviving out there, and not very well indeed. But there you have it, the third and final Shido goes to Hannah Martin of USA. A long way to travel to go out in a hand sokomaki, and she'll be very disappointed, this experienced athlete. But Michelle Herzler, a great performance from this young athlete that goes through to the second round for Germany. Well, the crowd's support her there, as you can see, celebrating that one win, and there's a long way to go yet, but and a very tough lineup to overcome. But she started off very well indeed, and has given Germany a little bit of hope there of seeing this young lady later on that podium, or very close to the positionings. Now we have representing Slovenia in white, Leški, and representing Kazakhstan, Udabayeva in blue. Udabayeva there, as you can see, very strong grip straight away on the attack. The Sutemi Waza lost a little bit of control. Good awareness from the Slovenian Leški, who spins out trying to look for the opportunity in the Niwaza. Well anticipated from the Slovenian. One of two Slovenians in this weight category today. The number 1 seed, Tina Tashkinyak, the Olympic champion. Who's obviously Slovenia's number 1 hope for a medal. But as we always say in a team, success can breed success, and this young lady has performed very well on the world circuit. Leški in Tunis Grand Prix picked up a 7th place and also a 5th in Tashkent. It's been very close and very around the placings, but just not managed to get that medal. The last medal we got from Leški was the Junior European Cup, which is in Pax, a bronze medal, and also in Budapest European Open, a senior position, which was a bronze too. So this is someone that the Slovenian team will be looking for the future to possibly succeed from Tina, a well-admired teammate. 21 years of age this young lady is, and in world positioning is number 16. Udabayeva now finding herself on the receiving end of that shimmy waza. Doesn't seem to secure it, but the Slovenians are very, very handy down in the niwaza. Very confident athletes when it comes to going to ground. Udabayeva, 29 years of age, placed 22 on the world ranking. Last year in Tashkent, 7th place. A silver medal in Antalya Grand Prix last year. An Asian champion for the seniors back in 2016. Olympic Games participated for the Kazakhstan team, qualified in her own right for a continent. So a lot of experience and for this athlete. A very close match with just under a minute remaining. Leski with one Judo on the board. Oh, a lovely Kosota following it through into the Niwaza. And Ipon scored. Leski goes through for Slovenia into the second round and does it with real style.
First round, women under 16 3 kilo, the number 2. In white judogi for Cameroon, Isabra Techo Jeji. In blue judogi for Mexico, Andrea Gutierrez.
So here we have representing Cameroon in the white Duchu, and representing Mexico, Gutierrez in the blue for Mexico. Straight away the Mexican steps across for what looked to be the Taitoshi, but the upper body really didn't have very much control and flair to the Taitoshi. It wasn't very effective. Really needs to sort of compose herself, and but here you have it, straight into the Jujigatami, and the Cameroon really on the receiving end, doesn't know what's hit her, and she taps up swiftly there. Well, her debut out here in this Grand Slam in Düsseldorf is very short-lived. Gutierrez of Mexico goes through, where she'll be up against Leski of Slovenia in the next round.
Match 2, women under 70 kg, first round. From the 60 kg, Honda Heights. In Judo from Great Britain, Gemma Howell.
So now we have the under 70 kilo category, and this is Pool A. Alvera is the number 1 seed, has a bye in the first round, but it's Gemma Howell of Great Britain and Sarah Michelberg of Germany in the blue. Michelberg in blue, slightly taller than her opponent, Howell of Great Britain. Howell, a consistent fighter there, took a bronze medal in the Tunis Grand Prix this year. Last year, bronze medal in Cancun, along with Antalya Grand Prix bronze medal. A very tough opponent that's up against a home favourite. And the German there, as you can see, with the Sangaku looking for the Osakomi, and now Gemma Howell is in a lot of trouble, but the Germans, as you can see in the background there, applauding this young German all the way. 20 years of age, still a junior, loses a little bit of control, and Gemma Howell successfully escapes from the Osakomi, but she's still not out of trouble right now. As you can see, the Sangaku turnover again, desperately trying to secure the Osakomi, once more does, and Howell again finding herself on the receiving end. And is this going to be like the Lucy Renshaw out on the first round? Sadly it is, and this will be again another disappointing result for the GB team. Well, this young lady from Germany took a European junior. Most of the results that we have, in fact all the results are still junior. This young lady making her debut most probably in her first senior World Tour event, and goes into the second round very much in style.
In one judo representing Mongolia, 2015 Asian champion, Sendayushi Naranjaka.
Sendayushi of Mongolia now comes up for the under-70s in the white. Naizui Saki of Japan in the blue. Well, this Mongolian, 7th place in the Grand Slam in Baku last year. Mongolian, 26 years of age, world ranked 55. Nizoe Saki, 25, and the world ranking, 21 years of age. The wonderful Uchimata, but I hope we'll get an opportunity to see. 3rd place in Tunis Grand Prix, and also a 7th in the Tokyo Grand Slam. Last year took a bronze medal in the Grand Prix in Düsseldorf, so she'll be wanting, well, knows what it's like to be on the podium here in Germany. But this is a Grand Slam and a little bit tougher, more competition. But the Grand Slam Tokyo champion back in 2016 knows what it's like to get the feeling of gold around the neck. Nizoe, on paper, the stronger of the two athletes, as she comes across with a big harai. And scoring a nippon. Nicely executed haraigoshi, and a place in the second round. Well, in Pool B, Barbara Macic from Croatia has a bye that goes directly into the second round. But here we have some, before we get to that match, we have some highlights of that match. Nizoe, not one of the most stylish harais, but he's slightly bent there, but very effective indeed. Now we have Jaga of the Netherlands in the white. Chizabakova, Kazakhstan, in the blue. The Makakomi attempt there from Chizabakova. Chizabakova in Kazakhstan, Tashkent Grand Prix last year, picked up a 7th place, and also in Minsk European Open, a 7th. This young lady, 23 years of age. Lady Jager, 20 years of age, a youngster coming from the Netherlands. Placed 41 in the world ranking. Under 23 European champion, along with a 7th place in the Junior World Championships last year. Was fighting last weekend in Rome for the European Open as an opening warm up to this very tournament.
Sorry, how did she get on in Rome last week?
She got 5th place.
Oh, all right. She had
there were some really good matches in Rome, done extremely well there, and still a youngster by age. But nice list of results under her belt. And only 20 years of age, still one more year as a junior.
Could be an upset down on mat number 3 in the making there. Barbara Timo of Brazil trails Asma Rebai of Tunisia with only 40 seconds left.
That'll be an upset, but what we were saying earlier on with the under-70s, it's real. When you look at Pool C and D down in the bottom half of the 70-kilo draw, there's some amazing athletes there with Anna Bernholm, and you've also got Ono and Van Dirk Sene as well. And Timo was obviously one of those strong ones that we'd mentioned, but Taymans as well from Belgium. So they were all in Pool C and D, so there's going to be a real, anticipate a real battle going on in the under 70 kilos.
There certainly will be, and in that Pool D, I've picked the winner of the tournament. I've picked her to come from that pool, and it isn't anyone that you've mentioned yet.
Dietrich.
Sandra Dietrich,
yeah.
Fine at home, back strong, healthy, unseeded. Okay, those are a few things that are stretching it a little bit, but at the end of the day, if she's standing on the podium, people will go back and say, hey, those were the things that were in her favour.
Yes, it's all those little percentages that you add it together gives our whole athlete to perform well.
If she goes down the first round, people will say, well, it didn't matter, did it? All of that didn't matter. Just the timing of when you look at something and then you're able to go back and say, that's why it happens. Well, I doubt whether it's why it will happen. It will happen because of the judo. Those other things may just be, like salt and pepper, a little bit of spice on the main meal. We shall see, because she's coming up next. They finished down on mat number 3. Barbara Timo has indeed lost out in that round one contest in the under 70 kilo category. This one's only got 7 seconds left to go here. Hilde Jager of the Netherlands looks as though she's going to take this. And we're going to go down now to mat number 3, because the contest about to get underway down there is Sandra Dietrich of Germany. She faces Roxanne Taymans of Belgium. It'll be Diedrich in the white judogi, Taymans in blue. It's always a big ask to come back from an injury. It's nice that Diedrich has managed to have a couple of run-outs before she gets into the Grand Slam circuit, but here she is. And I think it'll be Taymans who will pick up the penalty. Well, you know, Diedrich is looking for a grip. Taymans is walking backwards, stepping away from her. For me, it should have been just one there, but both players picked up a penalty.
First round, men under 81 kilo, the number 1. In white judogi for Puerto Rico, Adrian.
Well, Diedrich has picked up a second penalty, this time for stepping out. So the advantage with the Belgian fighter here. .220 odd left to go. Uchigari, and then a little look at Uchimata there, but neither of them really trouble Taymans. Slightly bent over here, Diedrich. She really wants to get her head up. She's already picked up 2 penalties. She can't afford to collect a third. Now's the time when Diedrich needs to bring those throwing skills. Yeah, there you go. And the Osaikomi to follow as well. Well, that tidies things up a little bit for Diedrich. The pressure is taken off the fighter because she leads by Wazari with 40 odd seconds left to go. Just needs to be a little bit careful now that she doesn't fall into the defensive mode. Needs to stay upright. Can't afford to duck underneath or have a false attack. single penalty would put her out, despite the fact that she's scored. Can't afford to step out either. She's already had one of those. And here's the chance now to try something on the ground. Really needed to make more of that opportunity. There were 9 seconds left to go. You really have to kill that. Taymans has picked up a second penalty, but that will do now. Diedrich it is who goes into round 2. Right, well, it wasn't the most polished of performances. A couple of errors there that put the penalties on the board, although I have to say I thought they were a bit harsh, both of them. The avoiding to take a grip penalty appeared to me as though Diedrich was the one who was looking to take a grip. Okay, let that one go. And then the step out as well. She put in 2 attacks there and came off the area, but still ended up picking up the penalty. Never mind, she came back with a score and ended up leaving the mat as winner. Right, let's go to mat number 2. And the reason that we're going there is we want to take a look at the number 1 seed in the under 73 kilo category, Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan. We missed out actually. He's just won that contest against Jake Benstead. But we normally pick up any replays that they have, so it's possible that we may get the back end of the replay. We'll see. If not, then we'll stay here because we'll have a look at Marcel Tsitsia of Romania. He's up against Biruzi Hojazoda of Tajikistan. There you go. It must have been a turnover into the Osaikomi then. Oh dear, it's just a little bit too clinical, isn't he? And out comes the leg, and then the Osaikomi. Benstead not able to stop that at any stage of that execution. This is round 2 in the under 73 kilo category. No score yet, just a single penalty against Setsia. A little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Four weight categories on today. The under 73 and the under 81 kilo categories for men, and the under 63 and under 70 kilo categories for women. And when we get to the quarterfinal lineup, I'll give you a quick rundown of who the quarterfinalists are, but we're still a little bit away from that. It's just 25 to 12 here. got underway at 10 o'clock. So by midday, I suppose, we'll give you an update. 2 penalties picked up by the Romanian now. And down on mat number 1, Jonathan Aladon of France has come back from a Wazari down. The scores are tied there now with a little over a minute 20 left to go.
Men 3, men under 73 kilograms, second round. Place right up, in white from Great Britain, Daniel Williams. In blue from Russia, Simon.
Third penalty picked up by Sassi. It's a disappointing performance from the young man, actually. He's got a lot more than that to show. Unfortunately, didn't bring it to this particular party. Oshazoda through to the next round. It's in the under 73 kilo category. 3 rounds, quarterfinal, semi-final and the final. So still a bit of work to do. Next up, Denis Iartsev of Russia. He faces Pierre Duprat of France. It's Iartsev in the white judogi, Duprat in blue. Round 2 in the under 73 kilo category. We're going to stay right here.
In white judogi representing Russia, Denis Iartsev. In blue judogi representing France, Pierre Duprat.
Well, he's given us so much entertainment as Iartsev. He's got terrific throwing skills. Duprat got his hands full. Saw that coming and blocked that fairly easily.
Mat 1, men under 81 kilograms, second round. Zweite Runde wäre das 81 Kilogramm auf Matte 1. In weißen Nord zu der aktiven Europameister aus Russland, Anna Kubetsov. In blauen Überzug aus Deutschland, Janusz Hundfeld.
Well, the Russians on all 3 mats at the moment. Down on mat number 1, Alan Kubetsov is about to take to round 2 of the under 81 kilo category against Janos Hunfeld of Germany. And then down on mat number 3, Sayen Onda in the under 73 kilo is already underway in his contest against Danny Williams of Great Britain. Here it's Denis Iartsev and Pierre Duprat. There's no scorers yet, and we've got a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. Duprat it is who picks up the penalty for just being a little bit careless with the contest area. And he can still work from there. Yartsev is in Tachiwaza. He can still attack him from that point. That's what happened in the final of the under 57 kilo category yesterday, when Dakota Smith-Davis threw Karakash Hedvig of Hungary. Nice low right-sided Tayatoshi. Duprat just managing to get off that. Little Yoko Sutemiwaza from Duprat, but he succeeds in putting Yartsev onto his front, and there's no score. Last few seconds of this contest left. Still looking for a positive score. Yartsev going over on the right side there. Can't come up with his favourite little twitch to catch Duprat. He goes again on the right. Well, no one able to come up with a score in normal time. We're going to have a period of golden score. Nice right-sided effort from Duprat, and in the end it was a combination of that little push from Duprat and then Yartsev stepping round to his right that helped him to avoid getting caught in that. Alan Kubetsov has won his contest on mat number 1. Nice Ashiwaza, that's Ippon. Well done from Yartsev, managing to catch Pierre Duprat in the end. Well, he's a class act. Here's Denis Yartsev. He's into round 3 now. Well, before we get too much further on this one, we're going to go down to mat number 3. The reason for that is that after Faye Nji of Gambia and Alexandru Raicu of Romania, we're going to have Hidarov and Ono. So we'll just sit here for a moment waiting for that one to come up. It's not going to be that long anyway, so we'll just hang on for that. Left-sided effort there from Nji. We've already seen one Romanian tumble out the competition. That was Setsia. That was a couple of fights before on mat number 2. And here comes his teammate now. Single Shido against a man from the Gambia. Nice score there. Tomoenagi from Feye Inji comes up with Wazari. Ended up with Yoko Tomoenagi, didn't he? Half a minute left to go. Little Sutemi was her effort from Raiku, wasn't strong enough to really trouble Gia. Nice chance to work on the ground and to use up some of the clock. He's even got the turnover going here. Well, with only 3 seconds left, I'm afraid there isn't enough time for Raiku to come up with either the tying or winning score, and it'll be Feye Inji of the Gambia who goes through to round 3. That's a good win for Inji. Okay, that brings us neatly to the next contest on map 3. We're going to see the contest between the number 2 seed Hidayat Hedarov of Azerbaijan, the number 3 seed Hidayat Hedarov. He faces the current Olympic champion Ono Shoei of Japan. Hedarov in the white judogi, Ono in blue. Well, Ono had a little stab at some Sutemi-waza, and then it was Hidarov's turn. Have a go, and the referee decided that Hidarov's effort was so poor that he picked up Bushido for a false attack. I didn't think it was that good, but I didn't think it was that bad. Anyway, I'm not the referee, so Sharon Landstreet, the referee, decided that. With the help of her colleagues, I think, because it was slightly delayed, so maybe she got the message that the 2 contest judges thought it wasn't that great. Rosari's the score. You saw that as Hidarov went to put his elbows down to block the throw, and that's one of the things they're looking to stop. Maybe an athlete with the strength and conditioning of Hidarov, his body may be able to soak that kind of impact up, but not the young children, and there are plenty of young children watching out there, so the idea is to try and remove that from the defensive armoury with a view to cutting it out as a defensive technique for younger players. Ono leads with 2:40 left to go. Ono picked up the penalty there. Big grip over the back, he'll have to go right away. He does, but he can't catch. Ono, good defence there in the end. And Ono picks up a second penalty. It's time for the... and then they've wiped that one off. And he's gone over again, he can't set it up. Yeah, and I think that will score too. Hidarov used his head to avoid that score, yeah. That's the way it looked to me. And if that's the case, Ono's going to take this contest. I think he bridged out of this one, Hidarov. I haven't seen the replay, but my first impression was that he had bridged. Hidarov is beginning to think, did I bridge there? He won't like it, but that, I'm afraid, looks as though that's going to be the decision. You can have a look here. Oh, yeah. There you go. Well, Hidarov got away with that. Well, he keeps going over on that side, does Hidarov, and the unconventional grip is okay. Once you take that, you have to attack, and you have to attack right away. You can't set up. And he's just being given a little bit of leeway in that. He's getting away with it. That's okay, as long as everybody else gets 1 or 1.5, maybe even 2 seconds. But it's supposed to be an immediate attack. This time he stayed on this side, so that's okay. A little over a minute left to go. He's got some nice throwing skills, has Hidarov, but Ono has shut him down here. Looks to go over on the right side. Ono defeated Rustam Orozhov in the final of the under 73 kilo category in Rio. So he's got some previous against Azerbaijan. Hidarov is super confident, no doubt. He fancies his chances against Ono. First time he's come up against him. He's fought Ono's teammate on a few occasions, Hashimoto Souchi. This time he's got the real deal in front of him, the Olympic champion. Collects a second penalty for really dropping to his knees there. Felt a strong grip from Hidarov and decided to bail out. But Hidarov hasn't been able to get past the defence of Ono. Well, it's not unusual for Hidarov to be upset when he's on the losing end, but there really wasn't anything for him to be upset about this one. He battled hard, did Hidarov, and Ono did what he had to do. He came up with the score. He was penalised on the occasions when he should have been, and after that, that was the contest. He took that well, actually, given his nature. Hidarov, he's a fiery little character. But there wasn't a great deal he could do about that one. Right, so where are we going now then? As ever, the choice is yours. You can choose whichever of the mats you want to go to. Down on mat number 1, Petra Ratzi Miziva of Madagascar is up against David Guilen-Vagos of Costa Rica. That's on mat number 1 in the under 81 kilo category, round 2. Here we've got Marcelo Contini of Brazil up against Bektur Rizmabetov of Kyrgyzstan. And on the adjoining mat number 2, again in the under 73 kilo category, Alex William Pomba da Silva of Brazil faces Ahmed El Meziati of Morocco. So those are your choices. We're going to stay here in round 2 and watch the contest between Contini of Brazil in the white judogi and Rizmambetov of Kyrgyzstan in blue. Rizmambetov picked up the penalty there. It's the only mark on the board at the moment. Left-sided Uchimata from the Kyrgyz man. Trouble on the arm here as Contini tries to work something. He's interested in keeping his opponent down, but Rizmambetov manages to stand up, and the referee calls mate. He has, however, Rizmambetov, that is, picked up 2 penalties now. We've still got 2 minutes left to go, so things not looking that good for the Kyrgyz man. Well, there's a really mouth-watering contest beginning to shape up, and although we're only in round 3 of the under 73 kilo category, or at least we've got some round 3 contests lined up, because we're in round 2 here, the possibility that we could have an Orozhov-Ono rematch is beginning to loom large. Contini picks up the penalty, but Rizmambetov picks up a third, and it's Marcelo Contini of Brazil who goes into round 3. And it's his turn to face Ono Shohei, Contini's that is. Right, coming up next, Jansei Smagolov of Kazakhstan faces Viktor Svortov of the United Arab Emirates. It'll be Smagolov in the white judogi, Svortov in blue. Round 2 of the under 73 kilo category. It's going along nicely now, and as I said earlier, the possibility of Orozhov and Ono is getting closer and closer and closer. They're both now in round 3, and to be honest,
a very interesting match there, though, with Ono and Hadarov.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't swamp him at all, and we've seen a couple of those contests like yesterday where, despite the fact that one fighter comes out on top. It's how close the contest is, and that was a pretty close contest there. Hidarov gave him a good run for his money, but Ono proving.
I think he's definitely someone that we're going to be looking at getting a continental medal when they host the world medal. They've got the World Championships. Yeah.
We'll be there twice, I think.
Yeah, so that'll be one where we can see most probably him shine. I think that's what most probably he's aiming for.
Yeah, I've got no doubt that the Azeris will have, two people in that weight category. They are the strongest there. Oh, it was beautifully done.
Lovely finish there.
That was super, wasn't it? Smagolov just pelting Svortov.
Well, that was a little bit of a judo lesson there, wasn't it? So a nice finish there. As you can see that highlight of that very throw. To see Nagy beautifully executed, dropped right under his centre of balance, and finished it very well indeed. Ippon scored and a place in the next round.
And in that next round, it will be Eduardo Araujo of Mexico or Anthony Zing of Germany. That will be the opponent, because Araujo of Mexico saw off the challenge of Benjamin Axos of France in round one.
That was a very good win, wasn't it?
So let's have a look and see what happens with Araujo and Zing. It's Araujo in the white judogi, Zing in blue.
Well, the support the Germans are getting here today is very welcoming for the German team, and they seem to be excelling and oozing with confidence as they go out there, and seem to do put a foot wrong as far as the home crowd is concerned. Zing starts off extremely well, very confident approach to this contest. Araujo picking up the first Shido for Mexico. He's desperately to wrap up the right sleeve of his German opponent, who now goes down into the Niwaza looking for an opportunity there. He's trying to rotate him over. Working between the legs, really needs to get past those legs, but he's looking for the shimmy waza. He's got the one arm under the head, the other hand is slipped through under the chin there, trying to put the pressure on. Whether he can get as much leverage as he was hoping for by being between the legs is another thing, but it's looking very uncomfortable there for the Mexican, if anything. So coming up to the halfway mark.
This is a good chance for Araujo here. He hasn't had, the dangerous part of the draw, and he could still come through here, because the top part of this pool is where the danger is. Hidarov, well, he's gone. Ono is still there. Contini is still there. But Contini's got to deal with Ono.
Yes.
So after this, Araujo, well, then he'll come up against a toughie with Jansei Smagolov. But
Smagolov will be, if he can get through this one, Smagolov I think is going to be possibly the challenge that's maybe just too much for him.
Well, whomsoever it is that goes through from this contest will have Smagolov. That's going to be a toughie.
Well, Zing picks up the second Shido. There's one apiece with 1 minute, just under 1 minute, over 1 minute remaining now in this contest.
Second round, main under 73 kilo, the number 2.
It's been a real battle between both these athletes. A drop there from the Mexican really wasn't very convincing. He has to be careful on those drops, and I think there you get it. The Shido, just like I said, wasn't convincing enough, and paid it with a penalty, the second one, which puts him under a lot of pressure now. Oh, lovely. Gosot, wonderful attack there. Beautifully executed. Really lured him into a false sense of security. Came forward, switched it to the rear, and Epon. And he's leaving it there into the Osakomi. He wasn't going to let him up until he knew exactly what the position was with that score. He didn't want it getting downgraded to Obazari and then losing an opportunity in the Niwaza. Very clever way of thinking, and where a lot of athletes, you wouldn't think it bad that they would just jump up with delight knowing that they'd score upon and then find out later on they're still to carry on after making them very upset indeed. So Zing goes through for Germany to the delight of this home crowd into the next round, where he'll be up against Smagolov from Kazakhstan.
Now we've got the under 63 kilo category coming up shortly. We might hang on here to watch this contest between Sagane Megumi of Japan. She's up against Catherine Bushma Pinard, but we've got to keep an eye on what's happening on mat 2, because coming up next will be the Olympic champion Tina Trsteniak of Slovenia. She's up against Del Toro Cavallal of Cuba. That's not up there yet. So let's hang on here and see what happens with Sugane in the white judogi, Bushma Pinard in blue. But we'll keep an eye and see when it is that we may have to move to mat 2.
Well, Bushman Pinard there working extremely hard, and the Niwas are looking for what was the Sangaku, now just opts for the side turn. Sugane, a bronze medalist in the Grand Slam in Tokyo last year. Bushman Pinard.
Paul has just pointed out that the contest on mat 2 is finished, and Sanj Miatov has won that contest. So Trsteniak is making her way to mat 2 now. So unfortunately we're going to miss out on Sugane and Bushma Pinard. If you want to see that, just click on mat number 3 and you'll be able to watch these and the Canadian. But we're going to go to mat number 2. We're going to watch the current Olympic champion at under 63 kilos, Tina Trsteniak, and she's up against Maylin Del Toro Cavallal of Cuba. It's Trsteniak in the white judogi, Del Toro Cavallal in blue, and here's Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Thank you, Sheldon. Oh yes, the anticipation of waiting for Trsteniak of Slovenia. A remarkable athlete in this weight, and has a real domination that she's had throughout the years here in the under 63s. And Cianagi attempts stumbling her opponent, the Cubans. And as we spoke about the Cubans before, there was a period of time where there was a real domination from the Cuban athletes, very, very strong athletes, always produced very fit and powerful, quite aggressive approach to their contest. And this is another very aggressive approach with the Uchimata and Skorna Wazari against the number 1 seed. This is going to be a real battle here Now, can the Cuban, as well as being a very feisty, aggressive approach to this, have the experience to be able to control this contest? And it is down. There's the Kochi again, a lovely attack. And Tershiniak does extremely well to come back, trying to compose herself, a little bit under pressure. She's up against quite a strong Cuban. Drops Sianagi once more. Tina does not really getting the finishing touch to the Sianagi, but there you have the Cuban with the first Shido, and not even halfway. So this is all or nothing now for the Cuban. This could really upset the predictions that was made at the beginning of the day, and really for the beginning of the entries, that Tershiniak of Slovenia would be on that podium and in the number one spot in most cases. But Del Toro Cavaliera is doing extremely well, slightly taller than her opponent, has those long deadly limbs that comes through with Uchimata, putting the number one seed under a lot of pressure. Now Tina Tershiniak has experience. She's been in this position before. She knows how to compose herself and refocus on the job in hand. And I don't think panic is set in as yet. She's still got a long way. The Kosota really doesn't seem to battle down in the Niwaza there. I think she's really wanting to come back into play with a score. She needs to bring that one back. Uchimata once more from the Cuban, which is causing Tershiniak a lot of problems there, and it's very dangerous indeed. Doesn't get the leverage and the upper body control this time, falling onto her face, but nevertheless it was a real threat. Tina Tershiniak up onto her toes. Oh, lovely Osoto. There was an opportunity for the Slovenian. Just lost the control of the head, but was in there with the legs, and that sadly wasn't that was an opportunity that could have pulled this all back into play for Tershiniak. She side skips there, the Kosota once, but oh, she walked onto the Uchimata. Was Ariasetiapon, and the Cuban goes through to the third round at the under 63s, and Tina just fell right on there. She planted that leg in a position, a deadly move for someone who's got a fabulous Uchimata, and there we see it. Well, Del Toro Cavalaria goes through to the next round, and what an upset to the predictions, and really a massive mistake made by Tina as she stepped around for the Kosota, giving her the leverage that the Cuban needed for the Uchimata, and the Cuban was there waiting for it and took full advantage on that.
Well, we can stay on mat number 2 because Caitlin Quadras of Brazil is coming up against Isabel Puche of Spain. It's Quadras in the white judogi, Puche in blue. And Loretta is going to take another little break because we're going to sit in with Mika Neuvonen of Finland. He's from the Judo for Peace project, and we're going to have a chat with him whilst the judo's going on. He can tell us a little bit about what's happening in the Judo for Peace world. Okay, Loretta will be back. The judo continues down on mat number 1. Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria is on mat number 1 at the moment. He's up against Tamazi Kirakozashvili of Georgia. There's no score in that one, and there's a little over 2.5 minutes left to go. And then down in the under 63 kilo category on mat number 3. Who is it that we've got down there then? Saray Padilla Guerrero of Spain is on the mat now against Bold Gankake of Mongolia, and there's no score in that one. Right, I said that we were going to chat about all of Finland, and he's the project manager for Judo for Peace. But before we do that, is that okay, Mika?
That goes well.
Well, go on. How's the surname?
It's Neuvonen.
Nevonen. Okay, there you go. So you've heard it from the horse's mouth. Okay, Mika. Good afternoon, Mika. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm always excited to see Judo live. There's a good atmosphere in Düsseldorf.
And before we talk about the Judo for Peace project, what about the Finnish team? Anybody here from Finland taking part?
No.
Okay, so we can moving swiftly on to the Judo for Peace. Tell us a little bit about your role as project manager. So what exactly are you involved in? What does that entail?
Well, we decided to create something extra added value for the excellent work done by the Judo for Peace Commission under the auspices of IGF. And we thought about finding ways to channel more funds to the event, so we ended up launching a clothing line, some pins, some jewelry as well, and the profit goes to the excellent work. And I think Judo's been lacking some sort of an emblem or a symbol of the goodwill, and I think we're now onto something bigger here.
So, for those people who may have missed that at home, if I had previously wanted to identify with Judo for Peace, there wasn't a lapel badge or a T-shirt or a key ring or something like that was branded with Judo for Peace, but there is now.
Exactly.
So what have you got apart from that really snazzy hoodie? He's wearing a grey hoodie that's emblazoned with Judo for Peace on the front. It's got a little on the left shoulder, an IGF badge. So apart from that item and the T-shirt that I got yesterday, thank you very much for that.
No worries.
I've got a T-shirt. I'm not wearing it today, but apart from those items, what other items have you got that people could get?
Well,
and we'll come to how they could get them afterwards. But what have you started? What's for sale then?
Well, there's a lot of different kind of hoodies and T-shirts, and they've got different different logos. The one with more colors is following the lines of the IGF logo, but also the IOC logo. So the coloring is much the same. And I think until now we've had shirts of certain events, so you knew where you've been, but you didn't have some that you could wear in each event.
Yes, true. And okay, so T-shirts, hoodies.
Pins, some jewelry for women as well.
Yeah, well, no jewelry for men.
That's something we're looking into.
Okay.
They've even got some baby outfits done on the Judo for Peace.
Well, I'll tell you what, you better give one to the boss because he's got a little one, isn't he?
Yeah.
You know, so you might want to wrap one up and
absolutely
let the boss have that. Okay, and how could somebody, if they like the idea of Judo for Peace and they wanted to support it, how could they go about getting these items?
Well, the main idea for us is to have a judoforpeace.net, a web store where you can purchase them throughout the world. That's the main thing for us. We do certain promotional events like here in Düsseldorf.
So you've got a stand here?
Yeah, we have a stand here in the bottom floor next to the main entrance. Okay,
so everybody coming in can see that. And have you had some traffic of people been past and bought anything?
Well, I've actually been quite surprisingly, I'm quite satisfied with what we had. And even if we wouldn't sell a single shirt, we've been handing out flyers.
Yeah, that's also promotion. Yeah. can you take credit cards, or do you
We
take
do-
credit
we
card
do
payments?
credit
Okay, I'll be
card,
down there then
yeah.
with my credit card, and I shall
Looking
pick up
forward.
a few items. Do you have things for, male, female, children? Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. There's all sorts of different sizes and shapes. I think for the future events, you can see us in Tel Aviv for the European Championships, Baku for World Championships for sure.
Very well. I shall come down myself and have a look at that. But for those of you at home, if you want to go to the web store, the web address is www.judoforpeace.net. I'll say that again. It's fairly easy to catch. www.judoforpeace.net, and you can have a look and see what's available, and everything that you spend goes for a very, very worthy cause. It's been going for quite a number of years now, and I'm glad that Mika's involved in it. You enjoying your time there?
I'm ecstatic. I've always wanted to find a role where I can somehow combine my volunteer experience and my love for judo, and now I think I'm doing something that's really meaningful.
Well, that's nice. It's nice to hear that someone has that they're satisfied with their role in judo. Just very quickly, we're going to go down to. Oh, there you go. Look at that. What a team we have here. You see, Judo for Peace. And I can now see those T-shirts down there, the colourful ones.
Yeah.
I think they're rather attractive.
And one big thing very important for us is sustainable development. So the company behind it is based in Denmark, and it has the leading amount of certificates for sustainable development. So the water is reused, the cotton collectors in India are paid more, they belong to a union. There's a lot of green values, there's no chemicals, all the clothes are instantly wearable, so there's, even for allergic people, there's no risks in using them.
Right, these are really good selling points as well, because in today's world a lot of people are saying, well, if I'm going to spend some money on this and it's a charity thing, are you ticking all these boxes? And it certainly sounds as though a lot of thought has gone into this, and you haven't gone for a cheapy get it anywhere, poorly paid labourers with no care for the environment. It really does sound like you've thought about it.
Absolutely.
And,
I think that would have gone against our own values.
Yeah.
And that's not what
They all
we-
tie in
Yeah.
nicely, and as a result of that, I will visit the shop during the break. I'll wander down there and see if I can pick up a couple of items. I'll give those away as gifts, as I quite
That's
often
the
do.
spirit.
Right, Mika, thanks so much for taking the time to come and join us. And just once again, www.judoforpeace.net. You can find out everything you need to about the Judo for Peace project there.
Thanks for having me.
Okay,
Cheers.
thanks very much. Mika Nevanen of Finland, the project manager for Judo for Peace. In the meantime, Andrea Leszki and Andrea Gutierrez are battling it out. There's no score in the contest between that pair. A single Shido picked up by Gutierrez at the moment. Right, Anna Bernholm of Sweden is on the mat now, down on mat number 3. Let's go down to take a look and see what's happening with Anna Bernholm. That was one of Loretta Cusack-Doyle's picks this morning, and so she should be at as the number 2 seed. There's a single score on the board at the moment. She leads by Wazari with a little under 2 minutes left to go. It's Bernholm in the white judogi, Fletcher in blue. And here is Loretta. Welcome back.
Thank you. Yeah, I've just been watching this match, and Megan Fletcher of Ireland was on the receiving end of a shimiwaza there, and it looked like it was going to be all over and done with about a minute ago, but Fletcher did extremely well to get out of what looked to be the final finishing of the shimiwaza, but hung on and back up onto her feet now and battling away again, as you would expect Fletcher to do. A real gutsy fighter out there, but Bernholm over the... Well, there was another throw there and a Wazaria Seti upon.
Yeah, they didn't give it initially. I think after a review, they've had a look at that and decided it was. And unfortunately for Megan Fletcher, she's on the receiving end of that second score, and it's Anna Bernholm who goes into the quarter-final.
Well, it was a battle right from the beginning for Fletcher, and sadly it wasn't going to be for today, but Bernholm, as we predicted as the number 2 seed, goes swiftly through into the quarter-finals of this under-70s.
Well, we can stay on mat 3, I suppose, to take a look at Ono Yoko.
Well, this will be an interesting one, and
dreifache Weltmeisterin und zweifache Medaillengewinnerin bei Olympischen Spielen aus Kolumbien, Yuri Alvear.
Actually, we're going to go to mat number 2 because we got the number 1 seed,
yes,
Yuri Alvear of Colombia. She's up against Sarah Mecklenberg of Germany.
Well, this was the young German that did extremely well in the first match against Gemma Howell, and that destroyed Gemma in the Niwaza, which was not an easy thing to do because Gemma Howell's very, very strong in the ground, but got caught twice down there. But this young German has got a lot of confidence, and as you can see, straight out there, she's quite tall for the weight category, and straight out on the attack against a normal athlete as Alvear is. Double Olympic medalist, 3 times world medalist. This is number 1 seed and tipped for the gold medal here today. Not if the Germans have anything to do with it. This young athlete has given a good account of herself out here.
Yeah, Mecklenberg only came in as a replacement for another German who was injured, so she wasn't due to fight at first.
Well, this young athlete has been very impressive indeed in the first match especially, and Alvear hooking in, looking for the Makikomi, powers her way over. Mecklenberg, as we've seen in the previous match, shy down in the Niwaza, very competent athlete down in ground, but finds herself caught up with the arm from the Makikomi as the Colombian looking to secure the Osakumi. Sadly doesn't, but here we have on the attack German with the Sangaku turn, but referee obviously feels there's very little to be achieved by being down there for so long. Of this 20-year-old, well, she's a real gutsy performer out there, really given no respect, but Alvear taking a lead with the Wazari. Mecklenberg, as she comes over that long arm, looks round the back, but as you can see, luring there is the Makikomi. Dangerous now, Uchimata. Look at that, the right arm over the top. Osotogari, a combination, 2 very strong threatening attacks from the German, but now finds herself wrapped up here in the Osakumi now. I think this is going to be the end, possibly for the German, as you can see the Colombian trying to turn her over and secure the hold. Doesn't really, needs to work a little bit faster for the referee to keep this in play, but the hips are now secured in place, the shoulder is fixed into the position, and the Osakomi has been called here. So Alver now in the Osakomi, and Wazari a seti upon, and a win and a place in the quarterfinal.
Nice little tussle that Nagelberg put up with Alver.
She was very good. She's been very impressive. This is somebody that we're going to see in the future. There's no doubt about it. I like her attitude out there. A very tall young athlete, and she was not phased at all by the experience that she was up against, but gave a very good account of herself out there.
Coming up next on mat number 2, Elena Prokopenko of Russia. She faces Nizoe Saki of Japan. Prokopenko in the white judogi, Nizoe in blue.
This Russian athlete Prokopenko in Abu Dhabi took 7th place, and Grand Slam in Russia 2nd, along with the 7th in Tbilisi last year, so has been very close around the medals. Has fought on occasions in the under 78 kilo category, moved down a weight category to fight in the under 70s. Uchigari combination there, looking towards the spin on the Uchimata. Very strong, the Russian is out there. Nizoe, bronze medal in the Tunis Grand Prix, along with the 7th place in Tokyo last year, Grand Slam. 21 years of age. She has the high collar, left hand grip. She hooks in for the Uchimata. Very strong when she connects with the grip.
Mat 3, women under 70 kilograms, 2nd round. Ladies one cup in white. From Bosnia and Herzegovina, Alexandra
Prokopenko there throws that right arm high over the collar, takes a very strong controlling sleeve. So the attempt, didn't get in deep enough and under the arm, didn't get the leverage that she required. But first on a strong grip and control in this match, dictating the pace of the contest. The Russian looking very comfortable out there, a little bit laid back possibly at some time. He's throwing the left hand high collar. Didn't well as she would hope for. The danger is when she does connect, this will be where we can see Nizoe benefit and capitalizing. Just hasn't had that opportunity yet, but definitely there's a sense of a build-up in this contest. Uchimata, the Kosota, good combination, very effective, stumbling her opponent. Nice strong grip, and now Japanese taking a little bit more command here as she comes in against once more a few attacks which will give the Russian a Shido now for passivity. So 1 minute and 16 seconds remaining. There's only a Shido now that divides both these athletes. Oh yes, and a lovely attack there, stumbling the Russian back. She did so well to rescue that.
And blue from Russia, Olga Saya.
Again, that very strong lapel grip for the Japanese. She comes in controlling quite nicely. She has a good combination of techniques from the Ouchi Uchimata. The Kosotagari as well, that stumbles a few times now, the Russian. So into the last minute. Izoi, as you can see once more with the hand on the lapel, the Kosota stumbling her opponent down into the ground. Again, another nice attack. We did a little bit more control in the upper body for the score, but nevertheless a very threatening attack, and a second Shido goes to the Russian. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki, and Prokopenko really needs now to step it up into the next gear. She needs to be a bit more forceful, a bit more aggressive in her approach, a little bit laid back. We saw that right from the beginning, but she was on the controlling side at that stage, but now this is all just turned around. She comes over the top, she grabs the belt, the Kosota is there, even the Uranagi, but if her opponent attacked, but obviously wasn't tempted. The Japanese kept very calm under that flurry of attack. So we're into the golden score now. 2 Shidos for the Russian. Nizoi again desperately trying to get that left hand on. Doesn't secure the grip and looks a little bit messy there, but Prokopenko attempting the Sutemi waza, finds herself on her back, and Nizoi says thank you very much for that. So the Osakomi is now on. The clock ticks away, and in golden score, well, she's looking for the Ippon. The Wazari's already there, but Ippon for the Osakomi, and a place in the third in the quarterfinal of the under 70 kilos. Now we're coming up to the next match. Another one of my predictions of doing extremely well is the Croatian Barbara Macic. Will be coming up very shortly in the white, and she'll be up against Jega Jega, the Netherlands, in the blue. As we've seen in previous matches there, a lovely start for Barbara as she steps across Osura Makakomi and scoring a Wazari in the opening 10 seconds of this contest. A great start for this young lady. First match of the day. Matic had a bye in the first round. And there it was scored, an Ippon. It was upgraded there, and Barbara Macic, all of about 10 seconds, takes herself in to the quarterfinals of the under 70 kilos. Now she'll be up against the winner of the next match. It's up against the Moroccan Nanj in the white, Galandi of Germany in the blue. But there's the highlights of Macic's finishing touch. It was a Wazari and a Wazari Aseti upon. Two Osota Makakomis, wonderfully executed, and a very convincing win. So the winner of this match will meet Barbara Macic of Croatia, and this will be against the Moroccan in white, Nanj in the white, and Galandi of Germany in the blue.
73 kilograms, set third round. Please welcome from Israel, Thomas Woodward. And in blue from Gambia, Faye Ye.
Well, Galandi there, as you can see, working away. She's looks to have tied up the upper part of the body, but as you can see, that leg caught up and found it very difficult to escape. Nanj, as you can see, with that right hand high on the collar, drawing her opponent's head down. She's got a very strong controlling. Satemi was a attempt there. Doesn't want to really follow it through into the ground, but nevertheless a good strong attack there from the Moroccan. And 35 years of age, this young lady. 11th position in the under 70 kilos. Has doubled a little bit in the under 78s. Fifth place in Paris a couple of weeks ago, and 7th places in both Tunis Grand Slam at the beginning of the year and just at the back end of last year in the Masters at St. Petersburg, picked up a 7th place. Someone that's always knocking on the door for a medal. Very, very powerful Moroccan, as you can see, that right hand high on the collar, drawing Galandi's head down. Nice score there, lengthening the gap between both these athletes with a Wazari now.
Second round, men under 81 kilo, the number 1. In white for Moldova.
Galandi, only 17 years of age, this young athlete from Germany. And that gap's been closed up once more. They've had a review of the attack and the previous score from the Moroccan. It's been taken off, and we're now back to just under 2 minutes halfway of this contest. And this young 17-year-old from Germany gets another chance here to prove herself. Galandi at the World Championships last year, gold medal for the cadets. That's how young she is. Still got a junior career in front of her, but it's an amazing track record this young lady is. Cadet European champion also last year. So the cadet world and European champion here battling away in this first Grand Slam tournament and doing a very good job at that. The German showing much maturity in our approach to this match against a very experienced 30. What a finish! My goodness me! 17 years of age, demolishes the 35-year-old from Morocco. Lucia Nagy was there, she just seemed to walk onto it. Well, what a beautiful finish and a well-deserved place in the quarterfinals, where she'll be up. Oh, well, that just gets better each time you see it. Cross grip. Came through with the hips. Siatoshi right through. Wonderful display. And the crowd up there celebrating. Well, maybe one of the throws of the day for me. The 17-year-old world and European cadet champion takes herself into the quarterfinals of the under 70 kilos, and she'll be up against Barbara Macic a little bit later on. Now we have the third round of the under 73 kilos for men. Orejov, the number 1 seed. And he's up against Hoja Zoda. In the blue. Orejov in white, Kojazoda in the blue. It's the third round. Well, this is for a place in the quarterfinal of the under 73s. This young man from Tajikistan, already 2 Shidos down and 1 minute and 41 seconds remaining. Orejov controlling the pace of this contest. Very extreme grip there, as you can see, the left hand controlling the head quite nicely. Orejov putting his opponent under quite a little bit of pressure there, and if he doesn't put an attack, we'll be seeing the third and final Shido very soon. Neither one of them committing here, but both looking to deserve a Shido apiece. It steps across for the Tayatoshi into a Makokomi, and there you have it, the Wazari and Orejov now looking for, which I think secured, the Tatishio Gatami there. He looks up at the clock, he knows he's only got seconds remaining for the Wazari Aseti upon, and Orejov goes through to the quarterfinals quite comfortably.
Second round, number 18, 1 kilo, the 71.
So now we have coming up very shortly is Artsiev in representing Russia in the blue.
Second round, weight under 73 kilo, the number 2. In white for Russia, Denis Katsev. In blue for Armenia, Ferdinand Garapian.
So we have Artsiev in the white, Karapetyan of Armenia in the blue. This is for a place in the quarterfinal where they'll be up against Oryzhov of Russia, the number 1 of Azerbaijan, of the number 1 seed. Now, great start for Artsiev. A household name, 27 years of age, ranked number 12 in the world ranking for Russia. In Abu Dhabi last year, 7th place in the Grand Slam, along with a 7th in the World Championships. Düsseldorf last year, when it was a Grand Prix, was gold medalist here. So we'll be having his sights set on being on that podium again in what is now known as the Grand Slam. The 7th in Rio de Janeiro Olympic Games. Well, this is a strong athlete with is a real contention for a place on the podium, but he is in a very tough half of the draw. Oryov being the stronger number 1 seed there, so it'll be interesting how, if he gets through this match, how both these athletes will battle away for a place in the semi-final. Karapetyan now looking to pick up his second Judo, really has disengaged in this contest, looks very apprehensive and engaging with Artsiev under a lot of threat, really doesn't look confident out there against a very strong Russian, but there stumbles him with the Koichigari, following through into the Niwaza. Maybe that second Judo is what is, and there you have it! Karapetyan followed through with the Shimiwaza and scored Ippon, a submission from Artsiev, and what a shock that will be for this Russian. Beautifully executed. The 2 Shidos was enough to wake the Armenian up and get himself into the quarterfinal position. And he'll be up against Oryzhov a little bit later. Well, didn't see that one coming, and nor did Artsiev. Played very dangerously down there. Didn't anticipate the power generated through that Shimiwaza. Wonderfully executed, and a well-deserving place. Well, it all started from that Koichigari going down, and he wasn't letting him up lightly. Oh, right. Well, you could just watch that all day. What an upset. Well, now we have the third round of the under-73s. Vanket Igor representing Germany and representing Brazil. We have Pombo Silva. We saw him in previous matches. Started off very strong indeed, the Brazilian. Vanderkit of Germany had a bye in the first round, defeated the Swede Tommy Macias. Well, the Brazilian is just roughing him up there, as you can see, with the grips, just changing the pace and dominating this contest right from the beginning. Vanderkit really hasn't had an opportunity to settle into this contest. Really needs this opportunity, possibly in this mate, to compose himself a little bit better. It's looking a little bit ruffled out there. Oh, and a lovely as she was, and that was what he needed, that break. Beautifully executed. Ippon scored, and a place in the quarterfinal. The Ashiwaza was there, but that pause, he just needed that time to compose himself, just to settle down, and straight off the next exchange, he was there pouncing. Yashi Barre there, beautifully executed. Oh, nice technique indeed, and a well-deserved place in that quarter-final position. Now he'll be up against the winner of this match, Baboyev of Uzbek, in the white. And San Meyachav of Mongolia in the blue. So Mayachav there in the blue, as you can see, he's taken the stronger grip, he's got that lapel. Baboyev, as we know, on paper, one of the strongest of the two. Mongolian, as you can see, just attempting the drop Sianagi there. Baboyev in the World Masters in St. Petersburg, 5th place. Tashkent Grand Prix last year, silver medalist. Ranked number 8 in the world at 24 years of age. The Mongolian, 24 years of age, ranked 82 in the world. In Hoyhot last year, Grand Prix, 7th place. Well, neither one of these athletes having an opportunity to really settle in the exchange of grips, both picking up a Shido, and 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining in this contest. It's been a real battle of kumikata exchange, but neither one of them been able to follow through with an attack. Boyev, on the receiving end there with the hips. The Mongolian had that opportunity, just didn't have the finer finish to the attack. Drawing his opponent down into the ground, doesn't really want to follow through, so for the referee it was a ploy just to get out of trouble there. It was second Shido, and Uzbek really now putting himself in a very difficult situation and under a lot of pressure. Stepping across for the big harai. Koichigari. Too good, strong. Lost a little bit of control, and I think we're going to see with that exchange of that last attack, got the third and final Shido, and Hansokimaki is awarded to Baboyev. A real upset there.
Well, the first of the quarterfinals in the under 70 kilo category is about to get underway. Actually, they've already started down on mat number 3. We can go down there to have... No, we've got a quarterfinal here. So we can stay on mat 2 because there is a quarterfinal.
Against the Cuban, which will be quite an exciting match indeed to watch.
The number 2. It's time for the quarterfinals. Women under 63 kilo. In white judo, representing...
And we can watch this one between Mayalin del Toro Cavallal, who defeated the current Olympic champion Tina Tursteniak in round 2. She's up against Ketlin Quadras of Brazil. It's Del Toro Cavallal in the white judogi, Quadras in blue. And down on mat number 3, that quarterfinal in the under 70 kilo categories between Anna Bernholm of Sweden and Ono Yoko of Japan. If you want to watch that one, just click on 3 and you can see that one. We're going to stay here on mat 2.
Well, both athletes picking up a Shido as a piece. Del Toro Cavallal defeating Tina Tursteniak in the previous match, which was a massive big upset. But she did it in style with Uchimata. Quadras, you can see, defending quite nicely down in the Niwaza after an attempt of the drop Sioi. Well, Quadras will have seen that match against the number 1 seed, knowing how dangerous she is with the Uchimata. You can see Quadras controlling the sleeves quite nicely there, but failing to follow through, and those long legs and the danger of the Cuban is getting those limbs across. Can be very effective even without a very strong upper body control. Quadras with the drop Sienagi. Del Toro Cavallal on there on the receiving end of the Uranagi. Quadras really just didn't get the finishing touch on the attack. Well, there's a real battle going on between these two athletes. A Judo apiece, 1.5 minutes remaining in the contest. The Cuban not looking as lively as she did in the previous match. Quadros looking for the Uranagi. Opting to stay down into the Niwaza and looking for a chance there to capitalise, but the Cuban defending quite nicely there. So we're now entering into the last minute of this contest. Really can't divide these athletes apart. A drop CO from the Brazilian, staying very busy and very much in this contest. The Cuban picks up the second Judo. Really hasn't had an opportunity to show what she's capable of doing, and it's those legs that she can connect is a massive danger there for Quadros. As you can see with the Uchimata, she looks for that right hand to go high over the top, and she has it there. Quadros around the waist looking for the sacrifice, and the counter there from it. So will Quadros now pick up the second Judo, evening this up? Well, not yet, but oh yes, what a beautiful attack there. Those long legs just on the last seconds, just didn't get in deep enough, but nevertheless massive danger there for the Brazilian. So we're into the golden score once more. We have the 2 Judos for the Cuban, 1 for the Brazilian. Starting to become a very lively, active match here now, and a lot of dangers for both athletes. And there you have it. The Cuban picks up the third and final Judo after defeating the number 1. Well, the referee in the care system decides to take it off and take it back into play, but it's obviously the warning that the Cuban needs. She doesn't now start putting in 1 or 2 attacks. Whoa, yes, you have the Uranagi there, and Quadros was waiting for that, and scores a Wazari. So she nicely finished, better than a Hansokimaki. Finishing on a Wazari is a much sweeter way of getting yourself into the semi-final of the under 63 kilos.
Well, as Loretta said, Quadros into the semi-final. It's not the end of Del Toro Cavallal. We'll see her in the repechage contest. But down on mat number 3, we've got another quarter-final taking place down there. Maybe let's just wander down to mat number 3 and have a look at Sanne van Dijk of the Netherlands. She's up against Sandra Diedrich of white judogi, Diedrich in blue. I'm just wondering if Van Dijk, the number 3 seed here at this competition, and in the chair for Sanne van Dijk is Sandra Diedrich's old national coach, Michael Basinski, now coaching for the Dutch team. So no doubt he knows all about Sandra Diedrich.
Well, this is a little bit of a daunting experience, isn't it, for Sandra Diedrich, knowing that her former coach is on the opposite side to her.
Maybe she never liked him.
Possibly. Might have been a possibility.
Am I bothered?
Yes, am I bothered, yes.
It could be. Or maybe they were really, really, close and everything. And as you say, it's now a difficult situation. Anyway, we shall find out. She trails by Wazari with a little under a minute left to go. Here's Loretta.
Well, Sanne van Dijk leading with that Wazari. With just under a minute remaining, it's a good position to be in. There's only two Shidos on the board, one apiece. Sandra Didic really has a lot of work to do, but has the home crowd behind her all the way as the clock ticks away in favour of the Dutch athlete, who picks up her second Shido. So got to be very careful here that the Dutch girl doesn't hold back and try to hang on to the Wazari. Still plenty of time to pick up the third and final Shido. Dietrich there, as you can see, over the top. Oh, lovely comeback there. Well, I think there might have possibly been a mate situation on the fall, but an Uchichimata combination there for the German. Last-ditched effort. Well, I think for Sandra Dietrich, she was holding on to that belt and hooking in, and maybe far too long. It was a mate situation just as the score was there, the throw, and that's why it wasn't counted. But
actually, the referee was out of our shot, so we couldn't see, but he had called mate quite a bit before Sandra finished off with the technique, and that's why they decided that was not going to count. Dietrich not quite back, obviously, after the injury and everything, not quite back to her best, but
had opportunities, but just didn't get that flair.
And in exactly the same way that Del Toro Cavallal has now descended into the repechage, so too will Right, these are quarterfinals, almost, well, they haven't quite got there on mat 3 yet, but we may stay here because this is also a quarterfinal. Ganbatar Odbaya of Mongolia faces Toha Butbul of Israel. It's Ganbatar in the white judogi, Butbul in blue.
Battle starts here with these men of the under 73 quarter-final. Gambata, the number 2 seed coming into this competition. Football had a bye in the first round, then also in the second round, and so he's only had 2 matches under his belt so far. Well, 1 match I should say, which has brought him into the quarterfinals. Well, coming up to the halfway mark, and one Judo divides these athletes, and that goes to Israel. Football.
The number 2 winner in blue for Slovenia.
And the second one, Judo goes to Gambata of Mongolia. So that evens it all up with 1 minute and 40 seconds. A very close sport match here so far.
In white for France, Alpha Judo. In blue for Canada.
Oh, yes.
Beautifully done. Ipon and Gambata.
The next contest on mat 2, quarterfinal, women under 70 kilo. Welcoming white for Colombia, 3 times world champion and Olympic double medalist.
So Gambata goes through to the semi-final.
16 Tokyo Grand Slam double medalist, Izoe Saki.
And here we have the highlight of those throws. Coaching it, oh, beautifully executed there.
Ipon.
Looking at that, you would have thought. So, yes, yes, he actually did a Ukemi.
Exactly. And the other
He
thing
did a
is,
Ukemi there.
what they've been talking about is the scoring part of the back. Now we know
Yes.
you can roll, so you can roll from top to bottom, or
yes.
from bottom to top, and that was from bottom to top on his back with control, with force and speed.
Oh, but also, what makes it very clear is that Ukemi at the end, he even did that.
So I'm good with that.
Definitely a beautiful attempt there, and a well-deserved. The winner of this will meet Gambata, and this is Ono and Zing of Germany.
Going to have to be very, very careful. If Ono's standing up and Zing is on his knees, he cannot use his arm on the leg to block him out.
Yes. Gotta be
that's
gotta
a
be
Shido.
very careful.
And he did there. He was lucky to get away with that.
Well, Ono there commanding respect out in this quarter-final. Little powerhouse he is. He's so solid and very, very strong looking. Showing great composure out there. Right hand on the lapel, controlling quite nicely the lifeline that he needs. Now he's got the sleeve. Nice little side skip. The Uchimata.
I'll just tell you quickly about the semi-final lineup for the under 63 kilo category. Ketlin Quadros of Brazil will face Andrea Leszki of Slovenia, and it will be Sagani Megumi of Japan to face Bold Gankage of Mongolia.
Well, Olympic champion Ono just taking his time out there. Singh always on the receiving end and looking like a little bit under pressure against this world and Olympic champion. And who would blame him, to be honest? Zing in The Hague took a bronze medal. A good result for the German. Oh, a lovely Uchimata from both athletes. Zing didn't get the lift, and the completion of the Uchimata came out, and Ono returned with the same technique. Well, Ono just looks like he's just biding his time out there. He's really a little bit, possibly laid back too much. Lacks a little bit of enthusiasm and spark out there, but possibly overconfident. I don't know. Well, we've seen a couple of really strong seeds go out already, and there's no place for being overconfident against somebody that is on home ground and determined to get through in a semi-final position. But just trying to get set up for the big throw, and he doesn't look to be happy until he actually gets the control he needs, the grip that's going to give him that superb finish. You just sense that this is what he's looking for, but it doesn't seem to be happening against Singh. I think there's no Shidos on the... Oh, the Ashiwaza was there, just clipped and stumbled the German down to his knees. Yoko Sutemiwaza there. Well, clash.
Ooh.
Oh, that was a real clash
Yeah,
of heads
that's a
there.
bad
You
one.
can already see the blood there. Oh, that was a right serious clash there. Both athletes now been taken off for attention.
This is going to take a little bit of time to tidy up. Let's go to mat number 2. Barbara Matic of Croatia is up against Marlena Galandi of Germany. It's Matic in the white judogi, Galandi in blue. And as soon as we can take you back to mat number 3 with Ono Shoei and Anthony Zing, we will. But given that there is blood, that's a cut. That needs to be tidied up, taped over, wrapped up, and then brought back. I think they're going to be a little while. And there's a second score from Matic on Galandi, and it'll be Matic who goes through to face Nizoi Saki of Japan, who defeated Yuri Alvear, the number 1 seed. That will be the first of the semi-finals in the under 70 kilo category. Nizoi Saki of Japan will face Barbara Matic of Croatia. The other semi-final is Ono Yoko of Japan. She faces Sana van Dijk of the Netherlands. And we're going to stay here now to have a look at a quarter-final. The number 1 seed in the under 73 kilo category is Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan. He's going to take to the mat in a moment against Ferdinand Karapetian of Armenia. It'll be Orozhov in the white judogi, Karapetian in blue.
Quarterfinal, men under 73 kilo, the number 2. In white judogi, representing Azerbaijan, the Olympic world silver medalist Rustam Orozhov. And in blue, for Armenia, Ferdinand Karapetian.
Well, we saw this Armenian in the previous match against Artsiev with the shimmy waza, and that was a superb finish, but a big surprise, wasn't it? I think Artsiev totally underestimated the ability of the Armenian. Karapetian dropping to his knees there, and the referee hasn't forgot, so keep an eye on that.
Right, but it would appear that Ono and Zing are back on, but during that time the number 1 seed and the world number 1 has taken to mat 2, so we're going to finish watching this one. If you want to see Ono and Zing, just click on mat number 3, but given the world rank, the number 1 seed Rustam Orozhov. All those clever people know how to open more than one browser, don't they?
Well, Orajov, as you can see, has got a slight height advantage. Throws that arm over the top, but the Armenian coming behind him looking for the Uranagi. Well, Karapetian, definitely not a man to underestimate. Very powerful. But the experienced Olympic medalist Orajov seems to be just taking this in his stride. There's a Judo apiece now. Orajov coming over with the left hand high. The right of the Armenians underneath. And as we've seen before, loves to come in very close. The hips in, which you can see there, but also has the Uranagi as a return of the counter.
Number 3, winners of the 63 kilogram burden challenge. Out on the line, 12 kilogram. In North from Mexico,
well, Wazari, well, this man is surprising me more and more. Arsiev had his hands full with this man, and now you're having the number 1 seed exactly the same. So Orajov really needs to now step it up into the next gear and start really having much more an aggressive approach to this contest. Otherwise he's going to find himself out at the quarterfinal stage. So second Shiro. Karapetian for ducking underneath. Oh yes, big Harai. Wonderful attack there. Skorna Wazari brings this back into play.
He wasn't even hanging around to think about following it into
No.
Osai, was he? Could have, couldn't he?
He could have definitely.
He was just on the throwing mode.
I think this is a situation that Orajov is really now, he's stepped it up into the next gear. You've just made him mad. That's all it's done. He's just been angry from being just caught so silly in the first earlier minute. And now it's a payback time. So Temiwaza following it this time through for the Jujikatami. But
he's all over him now.
Karapetian, well, he's just thought, well, I better get this finished and over and done with. He was coasting for the first 2 minutes of this contest. He looked like he had disengaged the Azerbaijan, but now after the first score went down, Orajov just woke up and just thought, right, let's get this business started, let's get it over and done with and swiftly move through to the next round. But the Kosota there for the Karapetian. And now we're into golden score, but the Armenian has the 2 Shiros, as you can see. One more would be the Hansokimaki, but he's a very dangerous man out there. Oh!
Almost turned.
Oh, goodness! Well, there is a real battle going on here, and this Armenian's so wild out there that you could never write him off. The Armenian has the right hand over the top, trapping the left side of the Azerbaijan. Tapping there for the Ashiwaza. Both looking for a sleeve grip. Orajov. Oh, Kosota. Well, possibly the third Shido now will go to the Armenian, and the Hansokimaki will be awarded. In fact, you would like to not see the Shido, the third Shido. You'd like to see more action, because I think this is still a very exciting match indeed to be seen. Karapetian, a very dangerous. Oh, well, sadly, it's not to be. And he walked the fine line and paid the penalty for it. The hand Sokimaki has been awarded, and Orojov for Azerbaijan goes through to the semi-final. But the Armenian will be there. Well, his dummy got spat out. There was no sort of thank you very much and great match. He was off. Very disappointed in himself, but he has to take responsibility of that. He was on the dangerous line. He was on a tight rope there, and he fell off it. That was all I can say. He fell off that tight rope.
We're going to go down to mat number 3 to have a look at the first of the semi-finals in the under 63 kilo category. Tsugane Megumi of Japan faces Bold Gankai of Mongolia. It's Tsugane in the white judogi, Bold in blue.
Well, halfway through this match and a Shido apiece. Oh! Beautifully executed. Tsugane, one of the top favourites for me to go through into that final, is that one step closer of winning the under 63s. Tsugane there did that in real style against the Mongolian Bold.
Right, we're going to go back to mat number 2 because there's a quarter-final in the under 73 kilo category taking place there. Let's go and have a look. We've already seen Rustem Orozhov make his way into the semi-final. He's going to face the winner of this contest between Igor Vantka of Germany and Sanjmiyatov Bayatuvshin of Mongolia. It's Vantka in the white judogi.
Ohamaroti Sianagi there for Vanket, and he had a brilliant performance in the previous round. Against Combo Silva of Brazil. So, oh ho ho! And he's securing the Osakumi. He's waiting to make sure that that decision is correct. What a blinder this man is having today. Brilliant performance. 2 wonderful matches we've seen so far. And he is flying through these matches and into the semi-final. same side as the lapel. Comes right underneath his opponent, beautifully executed. No doubt about it. Wonderful hip on there. And now we have the repechage. With the under 63 kilos. Cavalier of Cuba, who defeated Tina Krashenyak, the number 1 seed. And fell at the quarter-final stage against Quadros of Brazil. Remy Asani. Another good performance from this young athlete. Beautifully excellent. The Ashiwaza stumbling her opponent down. Hopes to go back up into the Tachiwaza. Again, the Dutch athlete dropping underneath the Zianagi. Now following it through, looking for the Sangaku. Nice little bit of Niwaza there, still got the Sangaku legs there. Looking for Sangaku Jimmy. It's tighter, but also trying to create an opportunity for the Sangaku Gatami. The legs just went apart there and lost all control. Sadly, a lot of work with very little to show for it. The Cuban picks up the first Judo and halfway through this contest. Decide to take it off, and I'm not surprised because most of the time was spent in the Niwaza position. For the Cuban, and the Tachishio Gatami to secure the hold. And the Cuban goes through to the bronze medal final.
Winner on mat 2, in white for Cuba, Benny Del Toro.
Del Toro goes through in for a bronze medal final. And now we come to the semi-final of the under 63s. First one, which is Quadros Brazil in the white, Leski of Slovenia in the blue.
Semi-final on mat 2, women under 16s revere. In white for Brazil, double bronze medalist Evelyn Quadros. In blue for Slovenia, as your double bronze silver medalist Andrea Leszki.
Well, there's still the possibility that the under 63 kilo category. Justiniak, that's all. Andrea Leszki is filling that gap at the moment. She's got to get past Ketlin Quadros of Brazil, who's the second of the semi-finals. We've already had a look at the first semi-final. That was Tsugane Megumi of Japan winning out ahead of Bold Gandhaik of Mongolia. So we'll see Tsugane in the final against whomsoever it is that comes out on top here. And it's actually on the scoreboard as well. Wow. Plenty of time left to go. Quadros not out of it yet.
Second round, made under 81 kilos.
Nice effort and almost countered by Quadros. Low right-sided effort from Leszki. Quadros able to defend that one. Bit of pressure now with that left arm around the body. Leszki able to avoid stepping out the area. And a low left-sided effort from Quadros, but Leszki is still attacking. Still leads with a minute and a half left to go. Got to try and break up the grips here. Again, another effort low down. This side on the right, this time on the right side. That was harsh. That was harsh. It was the intention to avoid gripping that really got her that penalty, rather than simply saying that's a false attack. Made an attack, Quadros defended it, but it was never about throwing, and that's a good effort there from Leszki. Almost coming up with the score. Really close to scoring there. But once she came down, there was a pause before the final push, and that's why she didn't pick up the score. Inside the last minute. Got to make that turn a little bit earlier. I don't want to get backed up against the edge of the contest area. That's better. Leszki picked up a second penalty. He hasn't realised that what Quadros is about is tactically attempting to level the scores without actually putting a score on the board. It's the penalty route that she's trying here. 18 seconds left to go. Got to be strong in the grips here. Can't afford to allow Quadros to get in there with the grips. Oh dear. Almost gave it up there. She was very lucky not to get scored on there. Only at the end did Quadros come up with a big effort to throw, and it wasn't enough. Leszki is going to take this one. Andrea Leszki of Slovenia it is, who makes her way into the final. So no Thurston yet, but we've still got a Slovenian in the final of the under 63 kilo category. and she'll face Tsugane Megumi of Japan. Right, let's see where we're going to go next. We've got another semi-final coming up after this. Let's go down and have a look and see what's happening with Dominic Ressel on mat number 1. He's up against Jonathan Aladon of France. Aladon has picked up 2 penalties. We've got a little over 2 minutes left to go. It's Ressel in the white judogi, Aladon in blue. There's no score as yet. Well, there is now. Ressel on the board with Rosari after that Uranage counter. Decided to take that one off. They won't take that one off though. And now Ressel puts the squeeze on. Pressure on the head. This one has gone. Ressel had to come back with a second score and then the Osaikomi as well to finish it off. But it's Dominic Ressel who makes his way into the quarterfinal. Right, now in that quarterfinal, Ressel is going to face the number 3 seed, Aslan Lapinagov of Russia. Okay, we can stay on mat number 1 and watch the quarterfinal in the under 81 kilo category. Henri Egotidze of Portugal faces Matthias Kass of Belgium. It's Egotidze in the white judogi. He's up against Kass of Belgium in blue.
An dieser Stelle eine wichtige Durchsage für alle Zuschauerbereiche. Die Zwischengänge zwischen Ober- und Untertribüne müssen bitte auf Sicherheitsgründen geräumt werden. Bitte alle, die jetzt auf den Zwischengängen zwischen Ober- und Untertribüne stehen, bitte diesen Bereich räumen und einen Sitzplatz suchen. Vielen Dank.
Tidze on the board with Rosari. Ooh, almost caught. He may have caught him a second time there, couldn't quite escape and brought down onto his side. Yeah, it looked as though for a moment as though he could turn off that, but in the end, Egotidze still managing to keep sufficient enough control to come up with a score. Right, we've got another quarterfinal coming up here. Alpha Umar Jalo of France faces Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. It's Jalo in the white judogi, Ivanov in blue. Will stick around for this one as well. Marlena Galandi has just defeated Yuri Alver of Colombia.
What a match that was. That young lady just gets better and better.
Semifinal for women under 70 kilo, down 2. In white for Japan, 2016 Tokyo Grand Slam.
Right, we're going to move to mat number 2. No offence to Jalo and Ivanov, but that's a quarterfinal, and we've got a semi-final taking place on mat number 2. That's between Nozoe Saki of Japan. She faces Barbara Matic of Croatia. It's Nozoe in the white judogi, Matic in blue. We've just got underway. We've only had 15 seconds or so, and there's no score as yet.
Well, this has been a very interesting weight category indeed, and the number 1 seed has just, as we've said, just gone out in the repechage against the 17-year-old Galandi, world and European cadet champion from Germany. And that would be an absolute delight for the German home crowd, but a massive disappointment to see the number 1 seed out of the competition. Matches seeded number 3 in this competition, has made light work of every round so far. Usoto Makakomi, both times scoring Zoe having a little bit more of a challenge for the Croatian.
Right, as much as I like to stay here, there is another semi-final taking place on mat number 3 with a higher seeded player, but we can't go down there anyway because Ono's just won it. So we are going to stay here. I was just about to move and give Ganbatar the benefit of the doubt that he was a higher seeded fighter than Matic, but we didn't have long enough. Ono has already finished that one down there. Rosari Awazeti upon. He makes his way to the final. Ganbatar down into the bronze medal contest. And that fate awaits one or other of these two. One of them will be in the final, one of them will be in the bronze medal contest. Nozoe, by the way, has picked up 2 penalties with a little over 2 minutes left to go. That doesn't bode well, does it?
No, it's going to be a real hard challenge now to get through. Stay composed and be able to. Well, she's got to start fighting back, and she's got nothing to lose. One, if she doesn't, she'll pick up the 3rd and final Shido. Avramecic each time coming in with the strong grip, but now you have Nozoe who's got control of the left sleeve of the Croatian, but the Makakomi was there just to rescue herself and to get out of the controlling grip of Nozoe. Well, this is the longest Barbara Macic has been out on this tatami today. Not really been challenged at all up until now. Then even Zoe is finding herself under pressure with 2 Shidos and still a minute remaining.
Dear spectators, we remind you that today is the second day of Düsseldorf Grand Slam 2018. The final blow today will start at 5 p.m. Before the final blow, we will have an opening ceremony at 4:15.
Deep left grip. And the Uranagi was attempted by Nizoe, but she stumbled. Barbara Macic tried to control, but now
I think Nizoe's injured. Or maybe she just came down heavily.
Yeah, get out there, but Barbara Macic goes through to the final without any problem here today. And she's had a great performance up until now. Very convincing wins throughout the different stages of this competition.
We're going to go back down to number 1 and pick up that contest that we were looking at originally. Alpha Umar Jallo of France and Ivelo Ivanov of Bulgaria. The Frenchman has picked up 2 penalties. We're already over a minute into golden score, and there is no score as yet. So whomsoever scores will win it, or should Jallo pick up another penalty, that will put him out.
Noch einmal der wichtige Hinweis, liebe Freunde, aus Sicherheitsgründen ist es nicht gestattet.
Jallo, as you can see, that left hand over the back, but the Sutemiwaza from the Bulgarian tries to draw the Frenchman down into the Niwaza. Jallo really not wanting to battle away down in the Niwaza. Comes round the back.
Winner on that 2, E-White for Romania, Ferdinand Talavera. Ferdinand Talavera qualifies for the Quarterfinal contest for men under 17 Slovenia.
Und Stellung für das Halbfinale des 73 Kilogramm 2. Semifinal.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, you can see him there. I'm not sure if that shimmy was the arm lock. It is. It's the arm lock is out. There's no
leverage, yeah.
Wrong way round.
yeah, sorry about that. We're going to do a bit of jumping around again because we've got the semi-final in the under 73 kilo category. Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan is about to take to the mat against Igor Vantka of Germany. It's Orozhov in the white judogi, Vantka in blue. And if you want to continue watching that quarter-final between Jallo and Ivanov, just click on 1 and you'll see that.
Well, Vanka, he has had a blinder of a day. Beating the Mongolian in the previous match. Approaches in this semi-final, oozes with confidence against Orozhov, the number 1 seed from Azerbaijan. Well, Orozhov had a bit of a scary moment in the quarterfinals against the Armenian, and found himself down the first Wazari, but came back very quickly in defeating Karapetyan in the last stages of the contest. So slightly challenged and had that little bit of a wake-up call to that there is real contenders out here, and Van Kit is one of them. And if you've seen his performances, he's been very sharp and technically excellent display of judo. Soto there from Orozhov. Sutemiwaza attempt from the German. And the battle continues, and we're still not even up at halfway. It feels like they've been out there a lifetime at the moment. And the crowd, I think it's swiftly going to be taken. Just asking, is Judo been taken down? It's a very open match indeed. And Kit, as you can see, trying desperately to get the right hand on the lapel. Comes over the top. Ouchi. Sumigeshi. Totally dismissed from the Azerbaijan. Georgia is just trying to control those hands and looking a little bit frustrated out there. As the German ruffles his feathers a little bit there, he's really putting the pressure on the number 1 seed. But here we go, this very close contact grip there from Orozhov. He's found himself clambering on top of the German. Once more he walks on to the Sianagi, and Orozhov did extremely well to anticipate that move and spin out. Sankit lean heavily on that side support. He's got his head caught up there, Orozhov, as you can see, looking for the Karai Uchimata combination techniques there, looking for either one of them. And now we're into the golden score. That's quite refreshing. Those Shidos already yet, so it's still very open. The fairy tale finish would be the German heading into the final and guaranteed a medal for Germany on home soil. Toshi Makikomi, well, it's a desperate ploy there for Orozhov, trying to stay heavily involved in this semi-final. Bankit looking very busy out there, very threatening. There was the Sianagi. Battle between both these athletes, and neither one of them closer to that final position. A change of direction as Sutemiwaza there from Orozhov. Oh yeah! Oh no! well, a wee smile then from Orozhov. He knew that Vanket made that ultimate sacrifice and a mistake at the latter end of that engaged exchange, and Orozhov was just there to sort of capitalise on it with the Kosota. Well, it was a gutsy effort there from Vanket, who came in almost bear hugging his opponent, comes so close, which that's what Orozhov wants. He loves that closeness, and he just played into his arms.
Winner of match 2, EY for Azerbaijan, Rustam Orozhov.
So Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan makes his way into the final, and it'll be a repeat of the Olympic final from Rio in 2016. He'll face Ono Shoei of Japan. We're going to go down to mat number 1. That's where we've got the remaining judo. It's all in the under 81 kilo category. We join the quarter-final between number 2 seed Aslan Lapinigov of Russia. He faces Dominik Ressel of Germany. There's no score as yet. We've got a minute and a half left to go. Lapinigov in the white judogi, Ressel in blue.
Another opportunity for the Germans to get someone into the semi-final for this under 81s. Nine athletes started off in this competition. And now down in the last quarter-final stage. Battle there, nice. There she was a go there now into the golden score.
Our competition controller Elisabetta Frattini tells us that after the Egotidze Javalo contest, there's going to be a short break, 5 minutes. Because we've only got the 81 kilo category to go, so we'll take a couple of minutes and then we'll be back.
It's an opportunity to give the athletes the appropriate break in between each match.
And we've got plenty of time. It's only 2:10 here. Final block is going to start at 5, so I don't think anyone is going to be that disappointing. We'll have a nice long break. I'd imagine we'll be out of here by 2:30. 20 minutes time.
Looking for the counter.
Right, well, what is it that they're going to have a look at here then? I've seen something that they want to...
counter.
Have another look at.
Rosari given for the German. And there you have step round at the back and rotation over. It was a continue to the back.
Well, we're going to have a look at we'll have a look at the replays here. I think they call that a soft score, don't they? A soft score.
Well, it went across the back patch area, straight across from shoulder to shoulder as the rotation. And continuation of the move and the counter.
Right, we're going to have a short break. We'll be back in 5 minutes' time. We're going to take the opportunity to wash our hands here, and then we'll be back.
Liebe Judo-Freunde, nur Missverständnissen vorzubeugen, es ist ja nur eine ganz kleine Pause, weil gleich ja dann auch noch das Halbfinale mit Dominik kommt. Also, wer kurz da drin ist, alles gut, aber bitte jetzt nicht die Halle fluchtartig verlassen. Es ist nur eine kleine Pause und dann geht es weiter mit Trostrunde des Halbfinals. weiter mit der Trostgruppe der Männer bis 81 Kilogramm und dann im zweiten Halbfinale bis 81 Kilogramm sehen wir Dominik Ressler aus Deutschland in seinem Halbfinale gegen Said Mulay aus dem Iran. On that one, now, the rebel charge under 81 kilogram, total is 81 kilogram of medallions. In white derby.
Right, we're about to get underway with the repechage contest now. The first of these features Matthias Kass of Belgium. He's up against Ivan Bulgaria. Kass in the white judogi, Ivanov in blue. There's a bit of a hush in the venue for the time being because the crowd really are waiting for the return of Dominik Ressel.
Well, at least it will keep all bums on seats. That's what it will be. Being the German coming in with an opportunity of a place in the final. And a big hope for Germany. And this is the 81 kilo repechage. It's the last weight category for the last final stages. 81s had 49 judokas, one of the biggest weight. I think it was the biggest weight category, wasn't it? Biggest entry. Very close to the 73 division, which were 42 athletes participated. So Temi Waza there from Cassis. Battle there as Bulgarian tries to get past the defensive legs of the Belgium. Ties up the head but still can't get past those legs. Referee calling a halt to the action down in the Niwaza.
The Germans have certainly got a few chances of medals in and around the medals today. Not so lucky yesterday, but today is going to be a bit different. Whoa.
One of my favourites as far as performances from the Germans is Galandi. Great performance that young lady has. Zari now been awarded to Cassis or Tominagi. Ivanov now really has to try and make something very special here to come back into this contest. Just under halfway, just 2 minutes remaining. Marotti Sianagi. Ivanov done well to rotate from that previous attack, as it was looking very much like it could go for a pon. Temiwaza attempt again for white. Ivanov throwing that right hand over the top, trying to get a connection and control of this contest. Sadly, up until now, he's been on the receiving end of the attacks, struggling a little bit to play a part in this contest. Last chance for either one of them for a medal in this competition. Ivanov opting for the two lapels, but again exchange of grips, but doesn't follow through with an attack. Sodi there, wonderful attack, again aerial awareness.
Almost caught him again there.
But the Bulgarian does really well to escape. There's a couple of times now that the Bulgarian has anticipated the move.
That time with the Tomoe-nage.
Yeah.
Just keeping that so busy that there's hardly a chance for Ivanov to get into it. And when he does, he's going to be desperate. He can see the clock ticking away. He's going to...
Yoso Tagari there. Oh, he was digging in there, just couldn't get the reach. And some good niwaza there. The arms out. Can he secure the Jujikatami? It was a little bit messy down there, and the clock ticks away, and Belgium takes the place in the repechage.
Velo Ivanov of Bulgaria losing out to Matthias Kass of Belgium. We'll see the other Belgian fighter at the contest. We don't know quite yet who his opponent will be, because we have yet to see the semi-finals. But before that, anyway, we've got another repechage contest. This time it's Stuart McWatt of Great Britain. He faces Aslan Lapinagov of Russia. The Russian started out as the number 2 seed this morning, but here he is. He finds himself in the repechage contest. It's McWatt in the white judogi, Lapinagov in blue.
It's nice to see Stuart McWatt here in for a chance of a medal. Had been plagued with a few injuries, but what a talent this young man is from Great Britain. 5th place in the Junior World Championships last year, and in the European Open in Glasgow, 3rd place. Definitely potential for the future for the British team. What's so nice, I mean, he's got beautiful judo when he's got an opportunity to demonstrate that, but he's got a big ask here against the very strong Russian, Lapinagov. As we said, one of the seeded athletes of this competition.
Sorry, it was number 3. I said it was number 2, but he was the number 3 seed. Yeah, sorry. It was Saeed Molay of Iran who was the number 2 seed, and we're going to see him in his semi-final against Dominic Ressel of Germany.
Spin under there from McWatt. cross grip attempt on his opponent's left side as he advances forward, trying to get the right hand in, switching to the left with the koichi, but he's got to be very careful with that hand. Pinagov there looking, but as you can see with that
he's had to
stretch,
tap out.
My concern off that was that leg. If that was straight, that would have been a mate. As you can see, it was starting to straighten, but used it as a lever against the shimiwaza. And Stuart McWatt, obviously desperately disappointed, got caught down there, but the Russian, very dangerous little move there.
Yeah, the key point there is to see where the hand is from Lapinigov on the leg. Where is it on the leg? If it's behind the knee, then he's not straightening the leg.
Yes.
The lower down it goes, the more leverage he has. So you have to have a look and see where that is.
We'll have a better angle here. He's behind the knee right now, but no, he's on the bend. He's on the joint of the knee, so there isn't an overstretch of the hamstring.
He pushes that further down the leg. I won't demonstrate.
Yes. Go ahead.
But if he pushes that hand further down the leg and then stretches the leg, then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Right, we've got the first of the semi-finals, Loretta. Henri Egutidze of Portugal faces Alpha Uma Jallo of France. It's Egutidze in the white judogi, Jallo in blue.
Egutidze defeated Kuvetsyov, the number 1 seed. Knocking Kuvetsyov out of the tournament, went on to defeat He's just got himself into the bronze medal final. This Frenchman battling away there, as you can see that left hand going over deep into the back, drawing the Portuguese down to his knees. Battle of exchange of grips here. Attempting the Sianagis. Came out, turned round to face his opponent. Score Nippon. What a mistake made by the Portuguese. He came in for the attack, stepped across, but then tried to come out looking up at his opponent almost. But Wazari downgraded too.
A little over a minute and a half. Jallo leads by Wazari. Egutidze trying to get back into this now. Place in the final, beginning to get further and further away from him.
That's a real tall order because Frenchman very clever there. Whoa! I mean, it comes back. My words, goodness me. It looked like there was a bit of a pause there. It didn't look as strong or as effective, but managed to get a little sting into it at the end. But it's doing really well to come back now and even this match up. Ojigari, lovely stumble there. Ojigari, yes! Oh, wonderful attack there, and a massive big smile and a salute out there to all those fans. Well, beautifully executed, planting, just lost a little bit of control at the end. It was going for Ippon, but as you could see, it just did a Kojigari, stumbled him, hooked him for the Ojigari, but just lost a little bit of control on his opponent's left side. And his own left side there. So, as you can see, that left hand just at the last crucial stage came across the chest rather than onto the shoulder. But beautifully done, and a nice finish.
Right, we've got the first of the finalists for the under 81 kilo category. Alpha Oumar Jallo of France makes his way into the final, and he will face there the winner of this contest. Said Mollaei of Iran faces Dominic Ressel of Germany. The number 2 seed, Said Mollaei, in the white judogi against the unseeded Dominic Ressel. Well, he wasn't in the top 4, sorry.
No,
he was one of the
yes.
top 8. He was in the top 8, but not in the top 4.
He's had a great performance here today, and all the hopes will be on this German to get through into the final of the 81 kilos.
First minute out of the way, no score. The fight is penalty free. Bit of tension here, especially for the home fans. Ressel takes this. Germans are guaranteed of a medal. Fails here, and then he'll have to go through another contest. That will be the bronze medal contest. Mollaei picked up the penalty. Ressel remains penalty free with a little under 2 minutes left to go. Oh, nice effort there. Sanegi Ojigari combination. Couldn't quite finish off, however. Didn't feel powerful enough to throw everything into it. Mollaei had that well blocked. Good performance here from Dominic Ressel. He looks to find a way into this final. Jallo of France awaiting the winner And he was unseeded. Thinking about the Makikomi, got to go now. Wasn't a bad position. Didn't have enough pull. So important to get an initial breaking of balance, and he got turned over there. So now it just remains for Malay to get the leg out. Russell's got to be really tight on there. He hangs on for a couple of seconds longer. The referee will call Mate. And she does. But you had to give Malay sufficient enough time to try and get the leg free. Russell proved strong enough. Going to take a little bit longer than we thought, unless he can catch him here. Right at the death, there was a chance. Couldn't come up with the score. We're going to have a period of golden score, and I'm sure the crowd are perfectly happy to have a period of golden score. He's got to go. Can't set it up. He's got Makikomi in mind, but Malay hooks the right leg in, and that makes things difficult for Wrestle. Half a minute of golden score we've had, and it's Malay who comes up with the Koshiguruma to bring Dominic Wrestle over just down onto his side enough for a score. It was just enough there for a score. Richard Troutman in the back, you could see that. Right, well, seeing as that was the last of the weight categories that we brought you, what we'll do is we'll have a look at the medal lineup. We'll start by taking a look at the under 81 kilo category. Matthias Kass of Belgium will face Dominic Wrestle in the first of the bronze medal contest, and then it will be Aslan Lapinagov face Henri Egutidze of Portugal. The final is the unfancied Frenchman who came up and surprised everyone today. Alpha Oumar Jallo of France will face Saeed Moulay of Iran. Where do you think the medals are going for this one, Loretta?
I'm going to go for the Frenchman, Jallo.
Okay.
Yes, for gold, but also Wrestle for one bronze medal, and Lapinagov
for the other. Okay, the under 73 kilo category. Karapeti of Mongolia, and it'll be But Germany. The final is Rustam Orozhov of Azerbaijan. It's a repeat of the Olympic final from Rio in 2016. He faces Ono Shoei of Japan.
Well, gold medal for me, I think it's going to be the final, the same outcome. Ono taking the gold here. And also Gambetta, I'm going to go for Gambetta for one bronze medal, but Vankit of Germany, I've been very impressed with this young man, so I think he'll take the third the second bronze.
Okay, in the under 63 kilo category, as predicted, the Slovenian has made it into the final, but not the Slovenian we thought about.
Definitely.
It's not Tina Tursteniak, it's Andrea Leški. So whichever way you look at it, Sugani Megumi is going to have to face a Slovenian. It'll be Andrea Leški in the final up against Sugani Megumi. The two bronze medal contests, Del Toro Cavallal of Cuba and Bold of Mongolia. Watanabe from the Philippines, that is, and Quadros from Brazil.
I'm going to go for outside chances here. Leški, I'm going for Slovenia taking the
That'd
gold
be the
medal.
story.
And that would be nice, wouldn't it? So I'm going to go with a gutsy one there. Bold of Mongolia for one bronze medal. And Quadros of Brazil. I always think there's a bit of a flair about that young lady.
Okay, in the under 70 kilo category, it is Galandi of Germany and Van Dijk of the Netherlands, Diedrich of Germany, Nizoe of Japan, and the final is Barbara Matic of Croatia. She's up against Ono Yoko of Japan.
Matic, for me, she's been very solid performance. I think she could take the gold medal here today. My favourite of the whole tournament is Galandi, 17 years of age. I'm hoping she'll come through and take that bronze medal. And Nizoe of Japan.
Right, well,
bronze.
Germany have got quite a few chances in the final block, so that should keep the fans interested. Up until then, we've got a break. It's just coming up to 2:45 here. We'll be back at 5 o'clock with all the medal matches, but from Loretta Cusack-Doyle and myself, it's bye-bye for now.
Goodbye.